minutes. I'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hello, good evening, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, February the 16th. This is Mayor Steve Martin, and before we open the meeting, I would like to read the following. In compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home orders as allowed by the Governor's Executive Order N-29-20, which allows for a deviation teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. Rather than attending in person, residents should call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the closed session meeting and again prior to the start of the regular meeting. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City Council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting, also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. With that, I'll call our meeting to order. Invite everyone to mute their microphones with the exception of Councilman Strong, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
If you with me, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. Presenting thoughts for the evening, we welcome Kim McGrew of Atheist United of San Luis Obispo. Kim, are you with us?
Yes.
Welcome.
Welcome. Is it time?
It is.
All right. Good evening. My name is Kim McGrew, and I represent Atheist United, San Luis Obispo, a local group of atheist, agnostic, humanist, and other non-religious constituents. Nevertheless, I hope my comments will resonate with every resident. Recently, on January 20th, the United States celebrated the inauguration of our new president, Joe Biden. And just yesterday, we celebrated President's Day. So I got to thinking about the first inauguration of our very first president, George Washington. It took place on April 30th, 1789, in New York City, when he recited the presidential oath, concluding with a promise that he would, to the best of his ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution. Period. The oath and Washington's recitation both ended there. The words, "So help me God," did not appear in the oath prescribed in Article 2, Section 1 of the Constitution. Our godless Constitution does not ask presidents to seek a God's help or call down God's wrath on the oath breakers. Religious phrases such as "So help me God," "In God we trust," "One nation under God," and "God bless America," these tidbits are not historical so much as they are rhetorical. A little bit of research reveals that none of these phrases dated to the founding era. They were all added 75 to 100 years later. In each instance, the religious language entered the American vernacular during times of fear and national crisis. Christian nationalists take advantage of times in fear and use them to impose this God on everyone. However, the founders sought to preserve the wall of separation between church and state. And we must remember that this wall of separation between church and state is not a latter-day fiction concocted by secular liberalists, as some Christians would have us believe. It's a phrase put to paper by Thomas Jefferson to describe the principle that was written into the Constitution and carved into our history as a core achievement of the American Revolution. It's a principle understood by subsequent generations as essential to securing the lasting peace and prosperity of America's irreducibly pluralistic society. We just need to reclaim the genuine religious freedom that our founders established and that most of our citizens cherish. We all know that San Luis Obispo's population is a very diverse one, containing a wide variety of ethnicities, beliefs, cultures, gender identities, financial statuses, and other qualities. It is these differences that help make us a vibrant, interesting, and growing community. With this in mind, it's my hope that this will be the year that Paso Robles City Council will put an end to the invocations at its meetings as a way to respect and honor all of its citizens. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your input. And we have a roll call, please.
Councilmember Garcia.
Here.
Councilmember Gregory.
Here.
Councilmember Hammond. Councilmember Strong.
Here.
Mayor Martin.
I am present. Do we not have Councilman Hammond with us?
Hammond is waiting.
Very good. Record will show that all city council members are present. May we have staff introduction, please?
Warren Frace, Community Development Director. With me tonight is the City Engineer, David Athey, Darren Nash, City Planner, Darcy Delgado, our Associate Planner.
Christopher Aleckel, Interim Public Works Director, joined by Ditas Esperanza, Capital Projects Engineer, and Matt Thompson, Wastewater Resources Manager.
Julie Dolan, Community Services Director.
Caleb Davis, Police Department, Commander.
Jonathan Stornetta, Fire Chief. With me tonight is Fire Marshal Battalion Chief Randy Harris and Battalion Chief Scott Hallett.
Ryan Cornell, the Director of Administrative Services.
Sarah Johnson Rios, Assistant City Manager. With me tonight is Melissa Martin, City Clerk, Dave McHugh, IT Manager, Shauna Howenstein, Civic Engagement Coordinator, and Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager.
Kimberly Hood, Interim City Attorney.
Tom Furchy, City Manager.
Thank you all. Prior to tonight's open meeting, we had a publicized closed session meeting of the Paso Robles City Council. I will ask the city attorney if there was any reportable action from that meeting.
The council convened in closed session on 3 items as identified on the agenda. One was public employment regarding the city manager position, and 2 items regarding conferences with property negotiators, 1345 Park Street and 1955 Theater Drive. Council gave direction, but there is no reportable action.
Thank you for that. Let's move on now to our agenda. Item number 1 are presentations is our COVID-19 community update from Battalion Chief Mr. Harris.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Martin, members of the council. Give it 1 second to get the presentation up. There we go. I'm Battalion Chief Randy Harris, here tonight on behalf of Fire Chief Jonathan Stornetta. Statewide ICU availability over the past 4 weeks increased to 17.2%. The state now has over 3.4 million positive cases and 47,107 fatalities, which is an increase of 5,777 fatalities since your last report on February 2nd. Next slide, please. In San Luis Obispo County, we remain in Tier 1 with an adjusted case rate of 15.6, a positivity rating of 4.3%, and a health equity rate of 5.9%. Next slide, please. As of this afternoon, the county has had 19,210 total cases, including 210 fatalities, with 850 active cases. Active cases continue to decline from their peak of 3,221 on January 11th, as the graph on your screen displays. The San Luis Obispo County has 34 COVID-19 patients currently in the hospital. 8 of those patients are in the ICU or intensive care unit. This is also a decline from early January's numbers. The Paso Robles region has averaged 26 new cases per day over the past 2 weeks. Next slide, please. San Luis Obispo County Public Health has administered 27,570 vaccine doses, and private healthcare providers have administered 14,618. Totaling over 42,000 vaccines have been administered so far. San Luis Obispo County remains in Phase 1B, which allows appointments for medical personnel and those 65 and older. We encourage people to subscribe to the latest updates by going to emergencyslow.org or calling 805-543-2444. Next slide, please. Limited availability of vaccines is the determining factor on when and how pods will operate. San Luis Obispo will be the only pod administering first doses. Paso Robles and Arroyo Grande will only be administering second doses. This week's schedule for the pods was only open Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday due to limited vaccine availability. All appointments for this week were booked last Thursday within 40 minutes of being available online. Next slide, please. The city continues to support economic recovery with parklets, propane reimbursement, and the Keep It Local program. All three programs are getting positive responses and participation from the community. Next slide, please. Community outreach for COVID-19 continues in English and Spanish. Shauna Hauenstein will give more details on multilingual outreach in the next presentation. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. Assistant City Manager Sarah Johnson-Rios and I are available for any of your questions.
Thank you. This is a presentation item. No action is required of the council. That being said, do we have any council questions regarding the presentation? Starting, please, with Councilman Strong.
No questions on the. Oh, yes, I have one question. Some of us who had first shots never received calls for the second shot, and with all of the slots filled, how do we proceed to get the shots when they're now overdue?
I'd be happy to answer that for you, Mr. Strong. So the county is currently working through, as long as you're registered, they will call you and send you a text once your second dose is available.
Ms. Garcia?
No questions. Thank you for the information.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
I just have one question from Jonathan Starnetta. So Jonathan, what's the time period? I guess it depends on the vaccine between your first and second shot. Is that up to 4 to 6 weeks?
I can answer that one for you, sir. Currently, the Moderna vaccine, they are looking at a 4-week minimum, and then there is no maximum on that is currently posted. They try to get you in there somewhere around 4 weeks is their preference.
And what about the Pfizer, for those who had the Pfizer?
Pfizer is a 3-week interval between the first and second shots.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all my questions. Thank you for the report, Randy.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Randy or Jonathan, why is it that we're not getting the vaccine? What is the reason given specifically?
I'd be happy to answer that one, Randy. So we're not only seeing it locally, but we're also seeing it nationally. It's just the ability for the manufacturers to get the vaccines out, and we're hoping relatively soon we'll see Johnson & Johnson and then the Zeneca vaccine come out. But it's not local. Like I said, it's just nationally. Nobody's getting the vaccines that what they need currently.
Okay, thank you, Josh.
Okay, I see no one in the queue from the public to comment on this presentation. So with that, we will say thank you for the information. It seems to be good news with the declining infection and hospitalization rates. We are certainly hopeful that with the introduction of new variants of the virus, that does not change. And certainly the most important thing we can do now as citizens is to make sure that when the vaccine is available and it's our turn, that we get vaccinated, and also that we continue with basic infection control, including wearing masks, washing hands, and social distancing, more effective than you might think. Presentation number 2, we have another COVID update, this on multilingual outreach. Ms. Hauenstein.
Thank you, Mayor Martin. I'm Shauna Hauenstein, your Civic Engagement Coordinator and PIO for the COVID response, Public Information Officer. Tonight, we'll talk a bit about the multilingual outreach that's been done around the county and specifically in Paso Robles for the COVID response, and talk a little bit about the health equity metric. Very early in the pandemic, as the state started gathering COVID case data, it became clear that Latinos were being disproportionately impacted by COVID in terms of case counts, hospitalizations, and deaths. Experts attribute this to their jobs as essential workers and multi-generational households. In SLO County, our Latino residents represent 23% of our population, and in Paso Robles, 38% of our population. This led the county to creating its farm labor task force, and I represent the city on that task force. City Council was recently asked about bilingual and multilingual outreach for COVID-19, so we'll provide a brief overview of those efforts. Multilingual outreach is a tactic SLO County has used to fight the pandemic, and it has helped in two important ways: meeting the state's health equity metric and protecting our most vulnerable community members. Two key elements to moving into a less restrictive tier to get our businesses back open and our residents back to work. Let's take a look at who's been leading those efforts, how they've addressed the challenges in reaching non-English speaking residents, and the results of those efforts so far. Farm workers are vital members of our community that are essential to SLO County's economy and to providing food, and in Paso's case, wine, to the nation. The task force brought some powerful allies together to address the challenges in crossing language barriers and getting information into the right hands to make a difference. This slide shows the partners on the task force. In addition to the members of the task force, other non-governmental agencies, nonprofit organizations, media outlets, and volunteer community leaders have stepped up to help as well. The heavy lifters on the task force are county staff, SLO promotores, and Dignity Health. They've been focused solely on the work of the task force since July, which positions SLO County to be ahead of the curve when the state instated its health equity metric. Most recently, the SLO County Farm Bureau has been leading efforts to get farm and food workers included in the next distribution groups for vaccines. Next slide, please. There's overlap in the work of the task force and the health equity metric the state tracks in its COVID-19 statistics. The health equity metric measures the positivity rate in the most disproportionately impacted communities. These communities are identified in the Healthy Places Index as census tracts that have less healthy community conditions, such as low median income, education completeness, and healthcare access. SLO County has 12 census tracts that fall in the lowest quartile in the Healthy Places Index, and one is in Paso Robles. It's the area marked here in dark blue. The tract runs from roughly Stockdale Road on our north end, south to Charlais, along our western city limit, and over to the Salinas River. Nearly 7,000 people live in this at-risk tract. That's nearly a quarter of our entire population. Next slide, please. As you can see by these graphics, over 51% of the residents in Paso Census Tract self-identify as Latino, and according to the U.S. Census, close to 30% of all Paso Robles residents speak a language other than English at home. We know from our local multilingual organizations that the most common languages outside of English are Spanish and 4 different variants of Mixteco, which is a pre-Hispanic indigenous language from an area in southern Mexico. Mixteco speakers make up a good percentage of the entry-level hard labor jobs in the California farm labor market that employs around 700,000 people each year. And over 45% of the 10,000 farm workers on the Central Coast, according to the most recent Indigenous Farm Worker Study and SLO County Farm Bureau's recent ag labor survey they did around vaccines. Many of these Spanish and Mixtec speaking residents work in local agricultural jobs. Some with anchor jobs, other are migrant workers who live in Paso. Some are over 75 years old and eligible to receive vaccines but are not taking them. We have learned from previous outreach efforts that non-English speaking and older residents can be hard to reach with traditional marketing tactics due to language barriers and lack of internet or cable access. Prior to the start of our grape harvest, the task force began reaching out to farm labor contractors to arrange for delivery of PPE kits. And from there, the effort has evolved to include in-person COVID prevention education, rumor control, testing information, and now vaccine information. This information is delivered and disseminated in English, Spanish, and Mixteco. Next slide, please. The task force facilitated events all over the county in Spanish beginning before the SLO County grape harvest. The interventions listed here are specific to Paso, and a complete list of the extensive outreach done countywide through the Farm Labor Task Force is available. SLO Farm Bureau was instrumental in setting up direct lines of communication with farm labor contractors in Paso and the county for this effort. Dignity Health, SLO promotores, and Herencia and Dejenia continue to provide in-person translated education and staff the Spanish Mixteco hotline daily and also provide translators for the SLO County hotline. County staff has also partnered with Telemundo and our Spanish language radio stations to air informational interviews about COVID each week. The interviews on Telemundo have been particularly helpful and popular. The task force has also recently forged a relationship with the Catholic Diocese of Monterey to make our local Catholic churches a trusted point of contact for COVID information across SLO County. All of the partners on the task force share the multilingual materials created by County Public Health, in addition to their own work related to COVID-19 outreach. Still others work to find ways to get information into the hands of residents without access to internet or local news broadcasts. Next slide, please. We always say it takes a village, and ours has definitely stepped up. As the task force has undertaken its outreach, it created an opportunity for city staff to forge connections with other multilingual partner groups in town. Those included here are some of the existing groups in Paso Robles helping to share information on COVID prevention, resident and business support, testing, and most recently, vaccines. Shown here are some of the most active partners in the effort. The city can't do this alone, and luckily we haven't had to. Next slide. The city's multilingual COVID response began once we activated our EOC, and all press releases and social media posts regarding COVID since then have been put out in English and Spanish. Each page on our website is translatable. We have recently added translation services to City Hall, in addition to the police department, having used that system for years. Multilingual signage has gone up around town as well, reminding all residents to do their part to slow the spread of COVID-19, get tested, and soon there will be vaccine messaging going up on electronic mobile signs in English and Spanish. Our Spanish-speaking community partners from the previous slide share COVID-related information with their individual networks and let us know when there are gaps that need filled. We know there are still gaps, and we are all working hard to reach as many non-English speaking residents as possible through the Farm Labor Task Force and its partner agencies. Next, we'll take a quick look at the results that can at least be partially attributed to these communication efforts. Next slide. The health equity metric is one of 4 metrics the state tracks to determine how a county is reaching its at-risk community members. It's one of the metrics the state uses to determine if and when a county can move into a less restrictive tier, along with case rate per 100,000, positivity rate, and testing rates. The slide on the left shows that the most recent state data shows SLO County's health equity census tracts faring as well, and at times even better than the overall county test positivity. SLO County has been one of the very few counties in the state to accomplish this. The slide on the right shows the statewide numbers. The health equity metric has unfortunately risen in this since we posted the agenda, and we have an inquiry into the county to find out why that may have happened. As I mentioned earlier, many of the residents that live in Paso's at-risk census tract speak a language other than English at home. So many thanks to the SLO County Farm Labor Task Force for guiding these efforts and helping to get these results. We're hopeful to see SLO County move back into a less restrictive tier and get schools and businesses back open. Let's take a quick look at what we can do to move back into the red tier. Next slide. The state tracks case rate, positivity rate, health equity, and testing. Case rate is the number of cases per 100,000 residents. Positivity rate is the number of cases per number of tests. Health equity measures the case positivity in the at-risk census tracts, and testing is tracked because we get an adjustment credit in our case rate if we do more tests than the statewide median. As of February 11th, when we went to print on the agenda, our adjusted case rate was at 19.3, positivity rate was 4.5, health equity positivity rate was 4.8, and our testing numbers were far over the median. If 2 of the 3 metrics are 2 tiers down from the worst metric for at least 2 weeks, then the county can move down a notch on the restrictions. In other words, even though San Luis Obispo County's case rate is in purple, the county could move to a less restrictive tier, the red tier, if the test positivity rate and health equity metric remain in the orange tier territory for 2 weeks. We're hoping to see that happen soon. While we've done a lot to get SLO County closer to reopening, there's still much more we can do, and we welcome help in doing it. That could include sharing information through personal and professional networks and social media, introducing us to others who might be able to help, inviting us to speak to your group, and so on. Final slide, please. Here are the local groups who can be a good starting point for anyone who speaks Spanish or Mixteco and has questions about COVID-19. That's the end of this report, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Again, this is a presentation item. It requires no action by council tonight. See if council members have any questions about this information. Mr. Strong?
No questions on that. Thank you.
Ms. Garcia?
I don't have any questions, Shauna, but I say thank you so much for the information. I know that it's difficult. I work in the pharmacy, and it is very difficult to try to get health information out to the Hispanic community and other languages, like you were speaking of the Mixteco hotline. This is great news, and I will definitely keep sharing that on social media. Thank you so much again, Shauna.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory? Mr. Gregory, you're on mute. Let's come back to Mr. Gregory. Mr. Hammond?
I have no question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Shauna, and all the people you've been working with. So many organizations that you have to coordinate and get the message out to in more than one language. It's a tremendous job, and you're doing a tremendous job. And we really appreciate you. If we can, as a result of all this information and all this assistance, we can stay in that lower tier, and we keep those two metrics in the right place, and we can move back to red. That's going to be a great step forward for our county. So again, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Gregory, are you with us? Okay. I see no one lined up from the public to comment on this presentation, so we're going to move forward to general public comments. This is the time the public may address the council on items within the council's purview, but not scheduled on the agenda. Please begin by stating your name and address. Each person is limited to 3 minutes. Any person or subject requiring more than 3 minutes may be scheduled for a future council meeting or referred to committee or staff. Those persons wishing to speak on any item scheduled on the agenda will be given an opportunity to do so at the time that item is being considered. At this point in time, I will open general public comments. I do have one person waiting to speak, Laura Handley. Laura, are you with us?
I'm with you tonight.
Welcome.
Hello, this is Lauren Hanley. How are you?
We're good.
Good. Thank you for letting me be here tonight. I live in Paso Robles. I'm a public educator and advocate for early childhood care and preschool. I'm here tonight with greetings from the We Are the Care Initiative. And again, my name is Lauren Handley. As the COVID-19 pandemic has progressed throughout our community and the entire nation, childcare programs have been suffering, and many are on the brink of closing their doors for good. Thankfully, the newfound awareness of the critical role childcare plays in the vitality of our economy is making a difference. There's now an allocation of $10 billion for the childcare industry in the recent COVID relief package. While this recognition of the importance of childcare is a helpful start, Myra Jones-Taylor, Chief Policy Officer of the nonprofit 0 to 3, has called it only a stopgap, stating that at least $57 billion is needed to truly support childcare in the long term. Of the $10 billion allocated funding, approximately $1 billion has been designated for California. Unfortunately, again, this is not nearly enough to support an already extremely fragile industry within our state. Many of our childcare professionals operate their own small businesses, either centers or family childcare homes, and require the same focus and attention as other small businesses in the community. We ask that when this council makes decisions about small business sectors in the city of Paso Robles, you remember the essential childcare sector among them. We Are the Care is excited to announce the creation of a new task force, Power to the Profession. This task force will focus on elevating early childhood care and education professionals, both in terms of their compensation and their recognized value in the community. This county struggles to recruit and retain qualified child care professionals. Potential workers are unable to afford talent, creativity, and dedication of our early care and education professionals. They deserve the respect for their role in all of our lives, and We Are the Care is committed to helping mobilize community-wide solutions. For more information on the new Power to the Profession Task Force, another task force, or for ways to get involved with the We Are the Care initiative, please contact First 5 San Luis Obispo County or go to www.first5slo.org. Thank you so much for your time. We'll be back again soon with more updates.
Thank you for being with us. I see no one else in the queue. I see no one else in the queue, so I'm going to close public comment and bring it back to the council. I'll ask the city manager if there are any agenda items to be deferred.
No, sir, there are not.
Very good. We proceed on then with our consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, the item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the consent calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from the consent calendar will be heard at the end of the meeting. Starting with our city council, do we have questions or items that you wish to have removed? Mr. Strong.
Yes, actually, I have a few questions and something I think needs amending. On item number 5, minutes, it says there is reportable action, but it doesn't list any reportable action. I suspect that that might be a typo, and it should have said there is no reportable action. Minutes for February 5th.
Okay. Staff?
That's correct. It should be no reportable action.
Very good.
Okay, so I would hope that is amended then. And then item number 6, I'm wondering in our payouts why we are paying the County Supervisors Association of California $4,289.34. It shows up on page 3.
Give Mr. Cornell a moment to check that out.
Councilmember Strong, can I have the vendor name again, please?
Yeah, it says CSAC. That's County Supervisors Association of California. $4,289.34. Unless that's an acronym that isn't California County Supervisors Association of California.
Yeah, that is different. Mr. Strong, that is a different vendor. What that particular vendor is our Managed Health Network. It is one of the employee benefit programs that the city's involved in.
Okay, that was a bit confusing because when acronyms are identical, it makes it difficult to understand. Okay, thank you. And then item number 9. I was wondering why there are so many items in this bid that we're approving that list that they are not required or let's see, there was another thing that they were not authorized or not required. Why are they even listed at all?
Mr. Strong, I'll defer that to Battalion Chief Scott Hallett.
Okay.
Mr. Strong, can you reference which page you're referring to?
Oh, there's all kinds of pages it's on. Exhibit B, it's page number 123, which is page 10 of 73 in the item. That has all kinds of not required, not required, not required. And then there's more not requireds on page 9 of 73. And there are more of those they're on almost every page. Not required remote battery charger indicator. That's on page 7.
10 to 73. Go up.
And here's on page 5 of 73, not required vehicle certification. Now, if that means not being provided and therefore not being charged, I have no problem. But if they are being charged for these things and they're not required, or they're not required by the state, or they're not required in our request for bids, or what?
What they're indicating there is you can see in the quantities that those are provided. So those are just additional items within the spec sheet. So those are included in the overall price. As you can see, the quantity is included.
Yeah, the quantity is one of each of those items. But if they weren't required by our request, why are they being provided and why are we being charged?
Well, the spec sheets doesn't necessarily mean that it's not required by us. It is something that we would want within that build. And I'm not sure why it's not required.
So it's nothing that's being added by the vendor that we didn't request. Is that what you're saying?
That is correct.
All right. That's the answer I think I wanted. If that's what we requested, then we should be charged for it. Thank you.
Yeah, I apologize for
those
the
are all my.
confusion.
Okay, those are all my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia, please.
No questions, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory.
Yeah, I just had a question for the battalion chief. Can you just briefly describe the type of equipment we're getting, what that is for the public?
Mr. Gregory, you're asking what exactly we are getting in the Type 3 purchase?
Yeah, just explain it to the public why we're buying it and the purpose.
So the main purpose why it's a Type 3 and it's specific to Type 3. There obviously with the Station 3 expansion, there's a need with the response times, but the equipment itself, a Type 3 engine is specialized and unique. However, it does serve the needs of daily responses. So one of the findings that we found with some of our riverbed fires was we didn't have all the appropriate equipment on our first out equipment, our first out apparatus. One being specialized wildland firefighting tools and hose. So our current first out Type 1 engines only carry a complement of 700 feet of 1.5-inch wildland hose. ICS minimum requirements are 1,000 feet. And in your typical Type 3 apparatus, you normally carry around 1,500 feet. So a Type 3 apparatus, it's 4-wheel drive. It has a smaller or shorter wheelbase. It's more maneuverable, so it can access some of our community threat areas, specifically with the riverbed. And it also, this particular Type 3, you can usually get them in either a 500 GPM pump or a 1,000-gallon per minute pump. And one of the reasons why this particular engine was spec'd with a 1,000 GPM pump is due to some of the ISO fire flow requirements that was noted on an earlier council presentation. And so we're meeting some of those areas that were identified by ISO. We're also meeting the unique needs of our community with the wildland fire threat. And in particular, we're able to complement that apparatus with the appropriate type of equipment for that type of fire and response.
Very good. Very well explained. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, I was going to pull item 9, Mr. Mayor, but I guess Scott Hallett would be the one to answer the question, so I can continue with some questions that I have.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, Scott. The discussion I had with Jonathan originally was that, I was with this extra type 3, we were trying to get the gallons per minute pump up to the point where it would cover our ISO deficiency. Will the 1,000 gallon per minute pump do that?
Yes, in concert with our other apparatus, our other type 1 apparatus, the 1,000 GPM will meet that ISO requirement.
Okay, so that's a good check mark off. That's what I want to make sure, that if we're going to do another engine, that it definitely would get us over the mark, so to speak, at this point. And what's the build time? Is this going to be obviously built to order, or is it something that's already on the lot? What's the status of this from Pierce?
So one of the unique opportunities that this particular purchase provided us is it is supposed to be completed, manufacturing completed in June of this year. And typically a build time is 12 to 13 months. So this is considered a stock unit. However, we were able to specify and customize a number of items on the build. But they had already, Pierce had already purchased the chassis. And so it was in the queue. And through my contacts with Pierce and other vendors, we found that the stock unit would have an available time frame that would meet the needs of the community. There was one other stock unit that was available that was scheduled to be available in April. However, it only had a 500 GPM pump. And that is something that could not be changed in the build. And because of that ISO requirement, we elected to go with a 1,000 gallon per minute pump with the delivery date expected sometime in June.
I see that the Type 3 has a 500 gallon tank. That's typical for Type 3, isn't it?
Yes, and that's also consistent with our Type 1 apparatus as well.
I think Type 1 we have 750, don't we?
No, the current Type 1s have a 500 gallon, what's called a booster tank, which is your water storage tank. Some of the older renditions of apparatus were 750 gallons, 1,000 gallons, but due to the compartment requirements, those booster tanks have been reduced over the years to it's pretty standard and common to be 500 gallon tanks.
Yeah, okay, that's what it was when we were on the fire department anyway, it was 750s. But
correct.
A question then, if we're going to get it in June, where will this be located? Because obviously we're not going to have Station 3 built. What's the plan?
So the plan is it will be housed out of Station 1 until the interim Station 3 is constructed. And it will be staffed out of Station 3 as well, or Station 1 as well.
Okay, and that's my next one. How are we going to man it? 2 people, or what's the plan for that?
So the plan is it'll be 3-person staffing. So the transition from our squad to the Type 3, that will give us the 2, and then the additional staff that we're currently in the process of hiring will allow us to staff it with 3 personnel.
Well, that's my problem. I work pretty hard for that squad, and I really think that's an extremely important piece of equipment for medical aids. How is that going to be utilized?
Hi, John. It's Jonathan. Yes, so the squad essentially would be a backup right now, but it is our intention to get the squad back in service as quickly as possible, just to meet the needs of the community, the response volume, and obviously the time that we're out of service with only having 3 response resources. But really the goal of staffing a Type 3 with the addition of those 3 safer positions is to meet our ISO ratings and the fire flow requirements identified in that assessment.
Right, I agree. That's the first check mark, but also I don't understand why we can't have a 2-person Type 3 and a 2-person squad. Again, we're getting back-to-back calls, Jonathan. That's the issue, is to get medical aids answered as quick as possible. You're saying at this point in time we would not be able to staff 2 and 2?
That is correct. If we wanted to staff 2 people on the type 3 and 2 on the squad, that would require that we hire 6 people right now. And at this point, we're only hiring the 3 safer grant positions at a cost of about $633,000. So we would have to double that if we wanted to staff both of them.
Well, that's the whole issue. Is the medical aids and back-to-back calls is, I think, the next check mark, so to speak, of getting us up to speed with equipment and people. But you wouldn't relax the fact that we couldn't run 2 people in the type 3 if we had to make the squad run.
So let me interrupt here. The issue in front of us is the approval purchase of the equipment. The operations and assignment on the department are not. So we can do one of 2 things. We can pass this as it is, or John, of course, you can vote against it if you don't think it's the right decision. We can pull it for separate consideration, and then if you feel we need, we can have another presentation to talk about staffing of the apparatus at another time. But I don't think that's the issue we're dealing with right now. So what's your pleasure?
Well, Mr. Mayor, for me it is. Again, the fact is, what I'm hearing is we're going to mothball the squad. Piece of equipment that we worked very hard and paid a lot of money for, we're not going to be able to run it. Unless Jonathan can say that we can have somebody like a DC or somebody else, run that to a medical aid if we had to, like we used to do in the back days. I mean, it's like if somebody needs help, we can be there. I'm just wanting to try to figure out, why are we buying the type 3 right at this moment if we don't have a station to put it in? It's going to be coming out of station 1 with another engine. It doesn't quite. I need some clarification on that one from Jonathan.
And I think that's more than a question of clarification. So let me go ahead and pull this item, and we'll go on to the rest of the agenda. Any other comments on that, John? Any other comments on the consent?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Just so everybody's clear, the type 3 will be staffed to run. It's still an all risk apparatus. So those medical aids that I think Mr. Hammond's referring to, that the squad would have typically responded to, will still be able to be responded to with the type 3. So the type 3 is not going to be just relegated to wildland responses. It's going to respond to public assist, medical aid, structure fires, other calls within the city, just like the squad does.
Gotcha. So as I hear it, Mr. Hammond is concerned with the utilization of the squad units. So we're going to go ahead and pull that for further discussion. Anything else on the consent calendar that you want to comment on, John?
No, I'm good with everything.
Thank you. I have a question, which I hope City Manager, you can give us about 60 seconds on. Item number 10, the COVID-19 vaccination assistance. What will that entail for the city of Paso Robles, and what will we be paying for?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The council approved several weeks ago an appropriation of $182,000 for the city to assist in bringing the Peapod up to operation and continuing its operation through the extent of the vaccination program at the event center. We do not believe that the city will end up having to pay that money because the federal government and state government last week announced that the county of San Luis Obispo is eligible for $10 million worth of reimbursement funds for vaccination program. However, in order to receive the reimbursement, we have to spend the money first. So we need both the appropriation for expenditure as well eventually the appropriation for the revenue received. This agreement is designed to ensure that the 3 pods throughout the county can continue to operate and that the county jurisdictions, including the 7 cities as well as the county itself, are responsible for the payment for those pods. It's also true that they may become obsolete as the state continues to diversify its vaccination program. As you know, the state has been negotiating with several major pharmacies, chains, to administer vaccinations, as well as with Kaiser, and the future may bring other such arrangements. So we are trying to make sure we're prepared so that, as Jonathan said, when we do get doses of the vaccines, we are able to vaccinate people, and then we'll reconcile the cost later. We currently believe, however, that the city will not, in the long run, be responsible for any of the payment for vaccination program.
Very good. Thank you for that. I see no one standing in line to comment on the consent calendars. If my notes are correct, we have one minor correction on one of the items on the consent calendar, and we have one item, number 9, withdrawn. I would entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar as modified.
I'll move that we approve the consent calendar as modified, except with the exception of
Hammond.
With the exception of item 9. I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on now to public hearings. Item number 12, Plan Development 20-15 for a 79-unit senior low-income housing development. Oak tree removal permit 20-11 for 2 coast live oak trees and fee deferral request for city permit fees. Staff report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Warren Frace, Community Development Director. This is an item that was recently heard by the Planning Commission. This is implementation of a recently adopted housing element. Darcy Delgado is our project planner on this. She'll be making the presentation tonight along with our partners at the Paso Robles Housing Authority. With that, I'll turn it over to Darcy.
Thank you, and good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This is Darcy Delgado. So the project site is located within the Woodland Plaza 2 shopping center in the southwest corner of that complex. The project site does have access from both Niblick Road to the north and River Road to the east. So here's a detailed map of the shopping center showing the relationship of the project site compared to the rest of the commercial buildings. And then here is a view of the project site looking southwest. So you can see the vacant dirt lot. The project is to construct a 79-unit senior low-income housing development with rents limited to seniors whose incomes do not exceed 60% of the area median income. The units will be available to seniors 62 years and older and is intended for seniors living an active and independent lifestyle, so this would not be the same as an assisted living facility. This is a single building housing all 79 units. Of these, 70 units will be 1 bedroom and 9 units will be 2 bedrooms. There's a total of 82 parking spaces dedicated to the residents. There is a resident center, which has a sort of multi-purpose room function and a centrally located laundry room. The shared open spaces include a central courtyard, a community garden, barbecue area, and then there's a variety of pedestrian pathways throughout that also provide connectivity to the rest of the commercial shopping center. The applicant is also requesting modifications from some of the development standards in order to facilitate the project, and this includes reductions in the amount of secured storage space, laundry facilities, and parking. There are 2 oak trees on the project site, which the applicant is requesting to be removed. And then lastly, the applicant is requesting a fee deferral for city permit fees to increase the likelihood that the project will be competitive enough to receive federal tax credits, and that would make the affordability of the project possible. So the project site is a 4.21 acre parcel within the regional commercial land use designation. That's typically intended for providing retail, but it also allows for residential uses. As you may recall, as part of the city's general plan housing element update, this site was identified as a vacant parcel available to be developed with housing. In order to implement the housing element, a rezone of the parcel was pursued to add the mixed use overlay, which allows the underlying base zone regulations to remain in place, while also adding the overlay zone regulations to permit residential development. And so the zoning is now regional commercial with the mixed use overlay. As mentioned, the project has been designed in a manner that requires removal of 2 oak trees totaling 19 inches in diameter. Removal of oak trees is subject to approval by the City Council. In this case, the project is considered as a whole since the development plan shows the building being overlaid where the trees are located. This is an illustrative site plan just showing that this is a single building with a shared roof. And then you can see the building has essentially 4 different wings with a centrally located courtyard in the middle. The project design incorporates a neutral color palette with stucco exterior siding and an asphalt shingle roof. Instead of trying to match the architecture of the shopping center, the building was designed to distinguish it as residential, correlating with feedback that was received by the Development Review Committee that the differences helped to separate this project so it would not be confused for containing commercial uses. The building has varying heights throughout, ranging from 1 to 3 stories. The highest point of the building is in the northwest corner, which is at 42 feet. This is visible on the north elevation on the right-hand side of the building, and then you can also see it on the south elevation with the building shown in the background slightly faded. The building has been designed so that the south-facing elevation is limited to 2 stories and contains fully enclosed balconies for the upper floor units. This helps to provide more compatible massing, and it also limits the direct line of sight into the neighboring yards for the Riverbank subdivision to the south. And here are just a couple more elevations. Some of the final details on the plans appeared to be in a conceptual stage. So you might see on the east elevation, just over what would be the residence center, there are some mechanical roof screens that were still being worked out by the applicant. At Planning Commission, the applicant did advise that they will likely not need these mechanical screens. However, to ensure the details are end up being a high quality and blend in with the architecture of the building, we do have conditions of approval added so that these final details can be reviewed prior to issuance of building permits. Here's the landscape plan, and it just helps to further distinguish some of the common outdoor areas that will be available to the residents. And I will note that there was some discussion by the applicant in trying to find ways to provide additional landscaping along the east elevation, which would buffer between the residential units and the parking lot. So we also have a condition of approval for the final landscape plans to be reviewed as part of the building permit process. So at a minimum, staff will have a chance to revisit the planting plan with the applicant to ensure that appropriate types of landscaping would be planted along this section. And here's a detail of the landscape screening proposed along the southerly property line. There's an existing 8-foot high wall along that property line, and so with the added landscaping, it will help to soften that transition between the project and the existing Riverbank neighborhood to the south. The project also includes a revised parking area as well as a new ADA pathway for access to the Salinas River Trail. The preliminary parking plan shows that there will be 92 parking spaces on site. However, only 82 of the spaces would be designated for the residents, as the applicants indicate that affordable senior housing projects typically don't require as much parking. So the remaining 10 on-site spaces would be designated for general customer parking for the commercial shops to the north. And then there's an additional 6 parking spaces, which are shown on this plan, with the 1 space and then the group of the 5 parking spaces. And those are located on the adjacent Coles parcel. These parking spaces might serve as additional shared parking for visitors to the Riverwalk Terrace complex, simply due to their proximity to the new building, but otherwise they would be under a shared parking plan for the shopping center. And generally, since there will be shared access and parking amongst this project and the commercial shops to the north, staff feels that there will be plenty of available parking for the project. And we also have a condition of approval for the final parking plan to be reviewed by staff prior to issuance of any building permits. So this shows the 2 oak trees proposed for removal. The arborist report indicates that both trees are in good condition and were likely planted as mitigation trees from a previous project based on their spacing and their orientation, but that the trees are too large to transplant. And so based on City Council findings from the municipal code, their removal would qualify as a necessity to allow reasonable use of the property for the purpose for which it has been zoned. And then if approved, the project will be required to replant approximately 3 24-inch box trees, which are shown on the preliminary landscape plans to be replanted along the southerly property line. And so here's just a couple photos of those 2 trees. And lastly, the Housing Authority has requested that the city enter into a fee deferral agreement for the development of the project. If approved, the fee deferral would defer the payment of city water and sewer connection fees, development impact fees, and then building permit fees, which are estimated at $1.2 million over a 30-year period. In exchange for deferring the fees, the project would be required to rent the units to seniors whose incomes do not exceed 60% of the area median income, and that would be at an affordable rent for a period of 55 years, thereby helping the city to meet its low-income housing needs, which was set forth in our recent housing element update to the general plan. And so these are the options before you tonight. Staff does recommend option 2 to approve the 79-unit senior housing development, the oak tree removal permit, and the fee deferral request. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions, and we do have the applicant and their team present tonight to help answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. And before I go to the council for questions of staff, does the applicant have any additional information to provide? I'm not hearing anybody speak, so I'm going to move on. We will certainly have opportunity to speak later, so not cutting anything off here. Let's go to the council for questions of clarification from the staff. After that, we go to the public for comment, then we bring it back for our discussion. Questions of staff, Mr. Strong.
Yes, I would ask on the three-story units, do those require an elevator as well? And are these units all on one level, or are some of them like with the 2 floors?
Yes, I'd be happy to answer that question. So they do have an elevator. I think there's 2 elevators, and then the floor plan is laid out so that each unit is just on 1 floor. So there aren't any 2-story units, for instance.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And since there is 2 elevators, and that takes care of the 3-story, but does that also then serve the 2-story so that people don't have to walk up steps to get to their 2nd-story unit?
Right. So I believe that on the easterly elevation, we have 1 elevator that gets up to the 2nd floor, and then the 3rd floor is along the west elevation, and that will get you to all 3 levels, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd level.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Garcia.
I have no questions. Thank you, Darcy.
Thank you, Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, Darcy, it's a great looking project. I did have one question. Will any of the units be available to veterans, or specified just for veterans and low-income housing?
That's a great question. I'm not aware. Perhaps when we can get the applicant on the line, we can ask them that question.
Okay. Will they do that now or another time, maybe?
Hi, Darcy. This is Lori. I can take that if you can hear me.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Okay.
So the question was, is in this housing reserved for military?
So, Mr. Mayor, I think we have David Cook on the line. He's the director of the Paso Robles Housing Authority, and then Lori Doyle is the partner from Affordable Housing Development Corporation. So, David, do you want to try to answer that question first?
Yeah, okay. Well, I was having little technical difficulties, getting on, but here I am. But we don't have anything specifically for military housing like we did on, say, Oak Park 3 and 4, where we had some what they call VASH vouchers. So this is right now. And we tried to get some of those vouchers, through the San Luis Obispo Housing Authority. They simply don't have any what we call project-based vouchers, that we can allocate. So and we'll continue to try, to get some other project-based, vouchers for these projects. But currently, we do not have anything. So it would be for like 62 years and up, and 60% of area median income and below.
So if a retired veteran wanted to apply to be there, as long as they met the criteria, it would be okay?
That's correct. Yeah, anybody 62 years and up can apply.
All right. Thank you. That was my question. Thank you very much, David.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Councilman Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Darcy, I'd like to ask a question about the fencing. What type of fencing? It looks like it was wrought iron around the project. And I'm more curious about the river side elevation of it. In other words, I know that the south wall of the whole commercial project has got a CMU wall. And I know that we see access to the Riverwalk. How is that security-wise was that in consideration, and how'd that come about?
Yeah, I know that we worked on the fencing over, I would say, what the southwest corner. There's a fire access road right there. I'm not as familiar with the fencing type. Dave Cook, maybe you can help answer the question on the material. We didn't have an elevation for that, for any fencing, don't believe, for that west elevation.
Sure. The site, the way it sits, there was an opening in that southwest corner of the project. Currently, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, Dave, go ahead.
Hello?
Dave, go ahead.
Hello?
We can hear you, Dave. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes.
Okay. In that southwest corner, like I said, there's an existing, opening that the fire department used, and there's a little gate there. And we're going to close that whole gate off and put probably some sort of wrought iron. We haven't designed it yet, but some sort of kind of a solid gate opening that the fire department will have a Knox box, so they can still use that particular opening. And we're going to provide another access to the north, just north of the project. If you have, you can see it on the site plan there, and where we're going to put a whole new access that has a little pathway walking right down to the river walk, if you will. And that there's a whole 8-foot block wall that is existing that goes the whole west side of that particular property.
Yeah, that was what I was asking. So I couldn't remember if the CMU wall was already there. So you're going to utilize what's existing. You're going to kind of make it more secure in that southwest corner, Dave.
That's correct.
I would think it's a special access code to get in from the Riverwalk. I would suppose.
There will be, as we move it to the north. People can walk in and out, but they won't be walking in and out of the property. They'll be kind of walking into the north side of that property, and the southwest, it'll remain there, but it'll just remain there for fire access only.
Are there any security gates on the north elevation of the property? In other words, I'm really kind of concerned about the security in that area of the elderly. And
there's going to be secured, all secured gates to the entrances, on the north side of the project. So there'll be either some sort of key, in order to get into the project. There'll be like a couple of gateways there. I think there's 2 entrances that the tenants can enter and that'll be completely secured. Plus we're going to have security cameras along the fronts, and we'll probably put some security cameras throughout the parking lot out in the front.
And the last question, Dave, maybe you could answer this best, is the agreement that we're making between the city and the project here is the same that we did, essentially, from what I read in the staff report, like we did up at Oak Park. Is that pretty much the same for the 55 years?
Yeah, it's pretty much identical. We use that as a model, to create this, and we just changed it around, and that's exactly right. And there's some clauses in there, through like a cash flow so there's potential if we get some cash back, there may be some repayment of this particular project. And recently on one of our projects, we just paid back some monies back on one of those loans in Oak Park. So
yeah, you're a good partner for doing this. So I appreciate what you're doing here. So that'll be good. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Once more round before we go to public comment. Any further questions, Mr. Strong?
No, sir. We have a good history with this organization. No further questions.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir. No further questions.
And Mr. Gregory?
Looks good to me. No further questions.
John, anything else?
Good to go, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, in that case, we're going to go to public comment. I have one caller waiting to speak. Waiting to join us is Dr. Charles Brown. Dr. Brown, are you with us?
Yes, thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Welcome.
My last name was actually Routh, R-O-U-T-H.
I'm sorry.
So I'm Dr. Routh. That's fine. I'm Dr. Routh, and I'm the new commissioner on the board of the Housing Authority. Mm-hmm. And I just have one little question about this very exciting project. The executive director did show the plans to me when I met with him, and it looks very exciting as a low-cost option for the seniors in the area. What I am curious about is whether or not there's going to be elevators for those who are handicapped and perhaps confined to a wheelchair to get to the upper units there.
Thank you, sir. And I believe we did get an answer for that, but we'll ask the question again and make sure we got the correct information. I have no one else. Do you have any other questions, sir?
No, sir, I don't at this time.
Okay, we're going to get you an answer in just a second. I see no one else in the queue, so I'm going to close public comment on this issue, bring it back to the council and staff. Could we get the answer again on the availability of elevators in this project?
Yes, so there will be elevators for those unable to use the stairs to get to both the second level, if their unit is on the second level, as well as to the third level. So there will be elevators to those who need them.
Very good, thank you. We have 3 resolutions in front of us. That means if we're going to act on them, it will take 3 different actions. I will start with Mr. Strong.
Well, I don't have that part of my agenda in front of me. I'll let Mr. Gregory or someone else make the motions, and I'll be happy to second them.
Okay, we'll go to Ms. Garcia. Maria, are you with us?
Yes, sir.
Would you like to make a motion or motions?
Yes. I am trying to pull it up if someone else can get it faster than me.
I'll move to Mr.
Mr. Mayor, I've got it on the screen. I can do it now if you'd like.
Mr. Strong? Mr. Strong, back to you.
Yes, I'll move that we approve the 79-unit senior housing development oak tree removal permit and fee deferral.
Second.
That's the 3rd resolution on our list.
Yeah.
We have 3 resolutions. Resolution A approves plan development 2015. Do I have a motion to that effect?
Well, I'm sorry. On my screen, I have options, and I gave you the first one of the approval options.
Okay, well,
Mr. Mayor,
now we've got the appropriate thing. Now I've got it. All right.
I'm just going for my live agenda. So, Mr. Strong.
Yes, thank you. I move that we approve Resolution 21XXXA, approving plan development 20-15, attachment 4.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Hammond. Unless there is any further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. The second resolution approves the oak tree removal 20-11.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I move that we approve resolution number 21XXXB, approving oak tree removal 20-11, attachment 5.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond. If there is no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. One to go, Fred.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And I move that we approve resolution number 21XXXC, approving a deferral of water connection, sewer connection, development impact, and building permit fees, attachment number 6.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We move on now to discussion items. Item number 13 on our agenda, public process to adjust sewer rates. Staff report, please.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Matt Thompson, Wastewater Resources Manager for the City of Paso Robles. I have a short presentation for you this evening. On February 2nd, I presented the results of a new sewer rate study with some options for adjusting sewer rates. At that meeting, you selected a preferred residential rate structure and directed staff to come back with a written notice to begin the public process of adjusting sewer rates, what's often called the Proposition 218 process. So included with your written agenda this evening is a draft Proposition 218 notice that I'm going to briefly walk through. I'm requesting you approve this notice so that we may proceed to mail it out to all city sewer customers. The notice will give all customers an opportunity to protest the proposed increases. There will be a public protest hearing during a regular city council meeting on April 20th. Before I go through the Proposition 218 notice, for the benefit of interested persons who may have missed the February 2nd meeting, here's a very quick summary of the reasons why the city is proposing sewer rate increases. First, the city has extensive wastewater system that must comply with stringent regulations for disposal to the Salinas River. In recent years, the city has completed 2 major upgrades of the wastewater treatment plant to both comply with these regulations and prepare for future recycled water. The city took on 2 low-interest state loans for these projects and is now obligated to pay those loans back. Sewer rates have not been adjusted since 2016. The city has a newly approved master plan to regularly rehabilitate and replace old sections of the city sewer system and thus avoid a future condition of having to make drastic improvements to the system. Unfortunately, existing revenues to the sewer fund are not adequate to fund these master plan projects. Revenues to the sewer fund are also down. In 2019, Templeton Community Services District stopped sending much of its wastewater to the city. Consequently, revenues have decreased $700,000 per year. The sewer fund is now operating at a loss each year and depleting cash reserves. Last year, the city hired Bartle Wells and Associates to analyze the financial condition of the sewer fund and prepare a new wastewater rate study. The study found Paso Robles sewer rates are low relative to other Central Coast communities, and there's an immediate need to eliminate annual budget deficits and restore financial stability. Rate increases are also needed to ensure compliance with the state loan requirements. The study recommends sewer rates be increased 24% on July 1st this year, followed by increases of 8% per year for each of the following 4 years. The study also recommends that because the majority of sewer fund expenses are fixed, the residential sewer rate structure be changed from entirely based on usage to have a significant fixed component. This will greatly improve revenue stability. At the last City Council meeting, you chose residential rate structure option A, which will result in a transition towards about 42% of the total sewer bill being a fixed amount for the typical customer by the end of the 5-year gradual increase period. Again, this will greatly improve revenue stability, but also allow residential customers to have some control over their sewer bill. Here are some relevant excerpts from the draft Proposition 218 notice, which I'm going to highlight for you. All right, so what this shows, this is an excerpt from the draft 218 notice, which is an exhibit attached to the proposed resolution for this agenda item. And again, this is for residential sewer rates. The first table is the proposed sewer rates in the simplest form and reflects the rate structure option A that you selected. You can see in the last line that the usage charge will remain the same at $7.80 per unit for the next 5 years. However, a fixed charge is added starting July 1st this year, such that all residential sewer bills will go up $11.40 per month starting July 1st. The language in the middle is an example calculation to help our customers calculate what their particular sewer bill will be based on their winter water usage. In this example, for an average customer that has 6 units per month of winter water usage, they're going to see their total monthly sewer bill increase to $58.20 on July 1st. And to further help our customers determine what their monthly sewer bill will be, we've provided this second table, which shows how the sewer bill will change over time for a range of winter water use categories. To read this chart, customers should refer to their current water and sewer bills to see what their historic winter water use is. Let's say, for example, they are an average customer using 6 units per month. They'll want to refer to this line in the middle, denoted average. They can see their bill is going to increase to $58.20 per month on July 1st, and then will gradually increase to be $76.38 per month by 2025. Here's another excerpt from the 218 notice. This is for commercial sewer rates. A reminder, since there's such a wide range of sewer usage by our commercial customers, we're proposing to keep the existing usage-based rate structure for the commercial category. This means there will be no fixed component to the bill like our residential customers, but the usage charge will increase gradually over time to eventually be $13.15 per unit in 2025. I can elaborate on the 218 notice as needed and answer any questions. At this point, in the interest of time, I'd like to recommend you approve the resolution for this agenda item, which approves mailing of the Proposition 218 notice and sets April 20th as the date for a public hearing. If you approve, city staff will go ahead and mail out the notice to all sewer customers and property owners by the end of this month. These customers will then be given a minimum of 45 days to decide whether they want to file a written protest of the proposed increases. We'll be coming back to you during a regular city council meeting on April 20th to conduct the protest hearing. Proposition 218 specifies that if the majority of customers do not file a valid written protest, the city is authorized to implement the rate increases. That concludes my presentation, and I'd be glad to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. We appreciate it, as I'm sure the people listening in do. We will go to council for questions of staff. After that, we will go to public comment. After that, we bring it back to the council for discussion and decision. So questions of staff regarding this issue, starting with Councilman Strong, please.
No additional questions at this time. I think we've got the proposition that we authorized. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
No further questions, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I think we're pretty well covered on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matt, I had a question since our last meeting. What is going to happen when we start selling the tertiary water? How will that affect, or can we at that point apply that toward the payments that the customers are basically having to pay because of it? In other words, a separate question. Sorry, first. What proportion of this increase is directly tied to the tertiary component? In other words, because we have tertiary water now and that's having to be paid for, what percentage of this increase is really attributing to that?
Yeah, I'll answer your second question first. The tertiary treatment project, in the end, the city will end up paying about $10.4 million for that portion of the two upgrades to the plant. So that will end up being about 15 to 20% of the city's total wastewater system costs. That's for the debt payments, the annual debt payments to the state for the repayment of the loan for that project, and the additional operation and maintenance expenses. And getting to your first question, I need to emphasize that the tertiary treatment facilities not only enable the city to produce high quality recycled water, but by moving the city away from chemical disinfection of the wastewater stream, it reduces the city's liabilities associated with disposal of this wastewater to the Salinas River. So whether the city recycles its water or not, the tertiary treatment facilities benefit the city's existing sewer ratepayers. And so when the time comes to build the second half of the city's recycled water project, which is the purple pipe system, what we call the recycled water distribution system, our financial plan for that is to use the revenues from the sale of recycled water to pay back the new additional loan for the construction of the recycled water distribution system. So that recycled water system will essentially be neutral. And eventually, over time, it will not pay down the cost of the tertiary treatment facilities. It will just pay down the costs of the distribution infrastructure.
So in the interim, we are essentially, ratepayers are having to pay for that tertiary plant, but you're saying the tertiary plant, it has a benefit directly because of the materials going back into the Salinas right now. It's keeping us from being fined by regional water quality. Is that bottom line?
Exactly. We're moving off of chlorine disinfection, which was a bit of a liability for the city in the past. We are now have a more efficient disinfection process that there's really little or no risk of ever having fines from the water board.
Okay, that's good. Thank you, Matt. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I do have one or two questions. I've received quite a bit of email on this from constituents, as I'm sure that other council persons have. A couple of things I just want to ask is I've had several people email me complaining that the proposed rates are the highest in the county. So one person even said the highest in the state. Can you give me some perspective on where these rates will fall, at least countywide?
Yeah, I'll jump to a slide that we used at the February 2nd meeting. This is a result of a survey conducted by Barlow Wells Associates, our rates consultant, comparing Paso's existing rates to many other Central Coast communities. And you can see for the typical customer using 6 units, winter water use, their average sewer bill right now is $46.80 per month, which is at the low end of the range for other Central Coast communities. And if necessary, I can show you what it is for lower users and higher users. I can assure you for lower users, Paso's actually has the lowest sewer rates in the Central Coast. But for the typical user, we're in the low to middle end of the range.
And how will this look after this rate takes effect, if it does?
Yeah, so I went through the 218 notice and noted that in July this year, the typical sewer customer's rate will go up to $54.80, I believe, which would move Paso up to be closer to like Pismo Beach and King City, which is still at the low to middle end of the range.
So, yeah. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
The second part of my answer is that after the 5-year gradual increase, the average customer's rate will go up to around $74 per month, which is what, for example, San Luis Obispo or Templeton Community Services District are at right now. But I need to point out this is a very dynamic situation. There are many other communities in the Central Coast that are reinvesting in their sewer systems and are likely to see upward adjustments in their rates as well. So I believe that over time, Paso will remain competitive in the low to middle end of the range.
Thank you. I just wanted to reassure people who are concerned about the increase in rates and how much they're paying in comparison with people in other communities, that the feeling among some that we are currently paying some of the highest sewer rates in the county certainly isn't the case. If this increase goes through, it will still not be the case. And 5 years from now, most likely, it will still not be the case. I just want to make sure that people understand that. Can any of these sewer monies be used for anything other than these sewer services? There's always some concern that somehow these funds would be diverted for other uses.
Absolutely not. The California Constitution, the Proposition 218, specifies that revenues to the sewer fund may only be used for the sewer system. They can't be used for any other city function.
Okay, and not to be too repetitive, but in a nutshell, how do we come up with these numbers? Or do we pick these out of the air and say that sounds good, or how are these numbers calculated?
No, absolutely not. This was a 2-year-long process, included hiring of probably the best utility rates consultant in the Western U.S. to prepare a very detailed study that finds what our cost of service is. They project what our cost of service is going to be, including all the categories like repayment of debt and operation and maintenance and planned capital improvement projects. And based on that cost of service, the rates are adjusted to just the amount needed to meet that cost of service, no more, no less. And it's actually pretty formulaic. And the results of that study are published. They're attached to the staff report, both for February 2nd and this meeting. And the document is available for people to view at all times at pasowastewater.com.
Thank you. And you mentioned this Prop 218 process. This is something set in law that prohibits us as a city from arbitrarily increasing rates without going to the rate user first. Is that correct?
Yes, it is. It is essentially a way to keep municipalities accountable for not raising rates more than they need to be.
Right.
And it provides folks with plenty of opportunity to review the proposed increases, and if they choose, file a written protest of those increases.
Okay, so finally, we have all these studies showing us the costs associated with supplying what I think everyone would agree is a critical service to the citizens of Paso Robles, what will our alternatives be if a majority of the ratepayers do indeed protest and say that these rates are not acceptable to them?
It would mean that the city would not have adequate funding to take care of its aging sewer system.
Mm-hmm.
There are parts of the sewer system that are, 80 or 100 years old that we owe it to future generations to take care of. It means we would have to defer projects needed to rehabilitate and replace those sections of the system. And if you kick the can down the road for too long, you end up having to make drastic improvements to the system, which can result in much more drastic increases to sewer rates.
But
Mr. Mayor, there is one other option. That would be that the sewer fund monies cannot be used for any other purpose, but general fund monies can be used for the sewer fund. So that would mean that other city services would have to be reduced in order to funnel resources into the sewer system.
Thank you. I thought that was the case. I wanted to make sure that I was correct on that. I mean, it seems to me from the reports you've given us, we very well understand the costs associated with supplying the critical service. And this is the fairest, most equitable way to do that. But if ratepayers say no to it, then we can't just stop paying loans. We can't just stop operating the sewer treatment plants. We're going to have to pull that money out of somewhere, and that means that some other department, some other service would suffer.
That is correct.
Thank you. One more round for questions from council, then we're going to the public. Mr. Strong?
I think most of the questions have been asked. I'll make some comments later, but no questions. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Ms. Garcia?
No, sir, no questions.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory?
No questions at this time.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, I had one more, Mr. Mayor. Matt, again, I've gotten comment on email about how some folks cost for water and sewer, the sewer is actually higher than the water. Will this assure them to be less, or again, what would you expect for like a two-person household?
This proposed sewer rate structure will continue to allow customers to have some control over their sewer bill. If their desire is to minimize their sewer bill, my advice to them would be to watch their water usage during the months of January and February. They have an opportunity to minimize their sewer bill. However, I need to note that the wastewater system, I can elaborate on what it includes, but I don't want to bore you. But I can assure you it includes just as much infrastructure as the water system. And it's very common throughout California for sewer rates to be roughly the same as water rates.
Okay. But essentially what you are saying is that they can control it through their water use still.
That would be my advice, yes. And so to get to your more specific question for a family of two, a family of two is very reasonable. I mean, I'm a family of four, and my winter water use is 4 units. And so a family of two could really drive down their water usage to 2 or 3 units. And with this proposed structure, let me refer to this chart. If they're a low water user, 2 people, this may be a little hard to read, but this is showing the proposed rate structure, what the monthly sewer bill would be for the low, median, and high water users. And you can get a rough idea. A low water user would expect their sewer bill to go up to $34.80 on July 1st. And then it would gradually increase to a little less than $53 per month by 2025.
And that's water and sewer combined?
No, sir. These bars, these different colored bars are showing the fixed charge in green and the usage-based charge in blue. This is just sewer charges.
Right, and then the water would be on top of that. But
correct.
What is quickly? Do you recall what our water unit? How much a unit of water is now?
I think Christopher can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's $5.40 a unit somewhere.
So yeah, then a couple of units of water, maybe 3 units, $15 on top of what you're showing here for a family of 2, more than likely.
Yeah.
$6.14 a unit.
Yep. Sorry, it's off.
6.4. Okay, that's fine. But times 3, $18 for water for 3 units a month, plus the sewer is still going to be higher, though. It looks like water's going to be less money, but the sewer is going to be a higher component of their total bill.
It will depend on the month of the year, Mr. Hammond. Typically, water usage is higher in the summer months when people are irrigating. But yeah, in the winter months, assuming they turn off their irrigation and really drive down their water use, yeah, their water bill would only be about $20 a month.
Very good. Thank you, Matt.
Okay, thank you. Let's go now to public comment. I have one person waiting to speak, Mr. John Borst. Mr. Borst, are you with us, sir?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Great. Excellent. Thank you all for your service to the community. You don't have an easy job to do, particularly hearing from people like myself that, might raise a few hairs, but please bear with me. I had sent a comment to this, a few questions before the meeting, and the city clerk received those. But because I didn't submit them, before the 12 o'clock hour, she suggested that I read them to you. And that's what I'll do right now.
Very good.
For tonight's February 16 City Council meeting regarding the BWA sewer rate study, Alex Hadler and Eric Hagelson made the claim on page 21. That's agenda item 13, page 21 of 59, of their report that they worked with city staff to develop rate alternatives that, and the one that I'm focusing on here, was comply with the legal requirements of California Constitution, Article 13D, Section 6. I would like to know from the city council members or city staff, and I have basically 3 questions here. Who were the city staff Mr. Handler and Mr. Hagelson consulted with to determine compliance with the requirements of Article 13D, Section 6? Shall I have you answer that, or shall I continue?
If you would please give us all the questions, we'll get all the answers at once.
Okay. Second question is, what specific documents were archived evidencing these legal discussions took place between BWA and city staff? And the final item, number 3, how was the appropriate law or statute determined by those directly involved in the discussion that Article 13D, Section 6, was the appropriate one to have the sewer rates comply with, as opposed to Article 13C, Section 2, or Article 13D, Section 4? Nothing is said in the BWA report that justifies BWA consultants or city staff's choice of Article 13D, Section 6. So, in fact, that's why I'm asking these questions tonight.
Okay, we'll see if we can get the answers. Anything else, sir?
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, that's it.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, there's one final thought. I've spoken at this point in the past, was that if you want to raise some funds, I figure you could raise $2.3 million if you raise the bed tax by 5% in this community.
Very good. Thank you for your input.
Thank you. Yep.
I have no one else in the queue to speak for the public, so I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. Staff, we have 3 questions. I'm sure you made note of that as Mr. Borst asked them. So let's start at the top. Who worked with these folks on the consultation regarding the rates?
Yeah, and I wrote down all the questions. I'll do my best to answer all 3.
I'm just going to hand it over to you then. How's that?
Sure. The staff that were involved in from the beginning, I'll list them, is the previous Public Works Director, Dick McKinley.
I'm sorry, Matt, this is Tom. If I could interrupt, I believe Mr. Borst's first question was which staff were involved in the determination to use 13D. So I think we should refer that, in fact, maybe all 3 questions to the city attorney, because what he's asking is really a constitutional provision question, and I think legal advice should come from the city attorney on that.
Okay, do we have the city attorney online then?
You do indeed. So I did not have any direct discussions with BWA regarding the provision, but I don't have any disagreement and agree that the appropriate provision is Article 13D, Section 6 of the Constitution. That is the provision that governs what they call property-related fees under Prop 218, and water, sewer, and trash are common fees that are included within the Article 13D, Section 6, and then the majority protest proceeding piece of that. So I think Mr. Borst referenced Section 2, which is definitions that apply into Prop 218, and then Article 13D, Section 4, which he referenced, is specific to assessments. And assessments have a very different process. There's an engineering report similar to what the council sees when you have the landscape and lighting district reports come to you. Those are an assessment. But this is what has been commonly considered a property-related fee under Article 13D, Section 6.
Okay, so that, if I hear correctly, that addresses his 3rd question. What about his first 2 questions?
Yeah, so the staff persons in the Public Works Department who were involved in selecting Bartle Wells Associates and working with them on developing various rate structure options, with guidance from Bartle Wells and Associates because they're the experts on utility rates. But the city staff involved were the previous Public Works Director, Dick McKinley, myself, Matt Thompson operating as the project manager, the city's Administrative Services Director, Ryan Cornell, the interim Public Works Director, Christopher Alekel. I think that covers it.
Okay.
For city staff. And the specific documents that were archived, most of those documents, I'm pretty sure, are in the appendix of the Bartle Wells January 2021 wastewater rate study. But they include things like the capital improvement program that came out of the wastewater collection system master plan that City Council adopted in 2019. It included things like operation and maintenance budgets and projections, which helped establish the cost of service. Again, those documents, there's large spreadsheets included in the appendices for the master plan, the rate study report.
Very good, and I'm sure that each of us on the council have received requests from members of the public wishing to see documents associated with this issue, and I'm sure that all of us have recommended them to city staff, and that information has been forthcoming. So there's a lot of information, but people are welcome to it if they want to see it. Those are all my questions in representing the person who called up tonight on this. So we're going to go now to the council for discussion of this, and we'll start with Councilman Strong.
Well, Mr. Mayor, for discussion, I'm going to reread what I said last time, just so that the public understands why we came to this in the first place. It's all that I can really say about this. It's after 60 years of not improving our plant, that's our sewer plant, because nobody wanted to pay more in sewer taxes or sewer rates. We didn't have any choice. We were in serious violation of state pollution laws. We were fined for those violations at the rate of $3,000 a day. until the amount got to nearly $1 million. At that point, we were informed that they were being nice to us if we didn't. They'd stop being nice to us if we didn't immediately proceed to upgrade the plant at the rate would go up to $10,000 a day in fines, or over $3 million a year. So regardless of that, we still had the ongoing expenses of chemicals, repairs, maintenance, and disposal of the remaining sludge and polluted water. So the only other alternative would be for the state to take over the system and charge all customers whatever their rate would be to cover costs and administration from Sacramento. That estimate was much, much higher than the cost we would incur by doing it ourselves. So the state did offer us a low 1.7% loan rate to fix the plant, but they took the $924,000 in fines. We set the rates then to satisfy the cost for the much improved sewage disposal based upon current usage at that time. So at that time was just before the drought. And it was just after that, shortly after that, the state decided that we had water shortages. And therefore, the state imposed mandatory water rationing regardless of any consideration for local water supplies. That reduced usage also meant much lower bills that no longer covered the debt cost. Even that was not the last blow to our income. Templeton, as was mentioned, has stopped being one of our customers. They were using part of that capacity and were paying us $700,000 a year to do so. Then they built their own plant and discontinued using our facility. Well, that did reduce the usage on our facility so that it'll last a little longer, but it also reduced our income and made it harder to pay the bill. Now, it's been mentioned that we could use the general fund, but then there'll be a lot of controversy over what things do we cut in order to raise that many millions of dollars in order to pay these bills. And they were then hit by COVID-19 for a great loss of the customer income that we have hesitated as long as possible to raise the rates for. However, we do have the option of easing the pain by phasing this increase in, and that's what we're proposing to do. And we're trying to make it as manageable as we can for our customers, especially that since we can't really endure a large increase immediately. Let's recover from COVID-19 a little bit as we start escalating these rates. So those are the choices available to the City Council when we set the rates. And now we've taken the vote to do so. So the only other alternative, because this plant is an enterprise fund, is, well, fund it out of the general fund. That's a possibility. But then we endanger all of our other services. And nobody's going to like that either. They're going to scream bloody murder, and we're going to have to find a different source of income. We can't just raise other rates arbitrarily either. Everything has to go through the 218 process, except, as Mr. Borst mentioned, the TOT rate. However, the TOT rate will then suppress the use of our hotels and visitors to our area because people will find it too expensive as compared with other places nearby where they could go, and that will greatly reduce our income even more. So I'm afraid that we are really proposing a solution that still keeps us, even with the increases, still among the lowest in this entire region of California. I'm hoping that we pass this and prove it to go to the voters and let the chips fall where they may. Either we have a good sewer system or we suffer greatly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
I have nothing further, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Gregory.
Well, I don't think I could say it any better than Fred did, but I'll just put in my summary. It's our responsibility to take care of the infrastructure of our city, sewer, water, fire, police, and roads. And we've been offered incredible rates from the state, 1.7% interest, which we couldn't find anything better than that. And we're doing it reasonably and fairly. We have not raised the rates in over 4 years. I like the incremental increases. It still allows some variability on the rate. And most importantly, I think it's when you take a look at the charts and how it compares to other cities, at the top of our improvement right now, we're still in the middle of the cities in our current area. not above that. And by the time 5 years comes around, we'll probably be back at the bottom end of the cost for the cost of having our sewer rates be so competitive. So I think this is it's a needed infrastructural support that we're doing. I believe this is the right way to go, like we did with our water system. It's built out to the capacity to handle the growth of our city. And in the future, as we grow, we'll get more income coming into this sewer fund. And I also, from a business perspective, I like the sewer fund because it is an enterprise fund and it pays for itself or gets really close to breaking even. And it's really good to do it that way because it doesn't get commingled with other funding. So I like the process that's in front of us. I think it's fair and reasonable, and I'm ready to make a motion when ready.
Okay, Councilman Hammond, comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and I thought of another question. I think I brought it up last meeting, but Matt, this has to do with big jolts and the costing of the plant. This is the taxpayers' treatment plant, and truly we can't charge any more than it takes to run it, and also the associated upkeep and pipes and such in the ground. But is there a way, though, that we can build some sort of a CPI into this so that the customers do not see a 24% hit every 5 years? I mean, we do typically raise rates in 5-year increments. Is that correct?
Yeah, Proposition 218 limits us to a 5-year schedule for increases. The reason that we've had significant rate increases in recent years is because we've made major improvements to this treatment plant. But we now have a plant that has a useful life of 30 or 40 years. We don't foresee the need to make major improvements to that plant in the coming years, which will help to mitigate the need for additional increases in the future. And with regards to the CPI increase, I'll elaborate again. We made projections in our operation and maintenance budget, which included inflation of the various costs, including labor and chemicals and power, because all of those things escalate at different rates. And that is built into that, additional 8% per year for the subsequent 4 years.
Okay.
So we can't add CPI increases beyond the 5 years.
Essentially, I get it. Yeah, that was my main question, that we can, if we're going to make a change here, maybe we can defray any major costs. But is it safe to say that with these next 5 years that we're not going to see major increases beyond that?
Correct. Our intention is to go through this process about every 5 years. We did a sewer rate study update in 2015, but yeah, it's been nearly 6 years since we've updated that study. But our intention is to stay on top of this so that it minimizes the need for drastic increases in the future.
Exactly. So again, I think my last comment, Mr. Mayor, would be again that we are not allowed to charge any more than we have to make the plant run and maintain it. So I think that's important for the public to understand that these are the real numbers. So good to go. Thank you.
Thank you, and I agree with you, Councilman Hammond. Mr. Gregory, you had a motion?
Yes, I'd like to approve Resolution 21XXX to formally receive the January 2021 wastewater rate study by Bartle Wells and Associates, and direct staff to commence the Proposition 218 notification, public hearing, and protest process for sewer rates for the next 5 years, and declare that a public hearing shall be held on April 20th, 2021.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilman Gregory, seconded by Councilwoman Garcia. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia,
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond,
Aye.
Councilmember Strong,
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on. Item number 14, local roadway safety program study session.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is David Athy, city engineer. I'll be here tonight to discuss this item. Just take a second to pull up the agenda item presentation.
Dave, are you going to make the presentation or do you want me to run it?
Oh, I'm sorry, Warren. I thought you were going to pull it up.
It should be up right now.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, this project goes back to about 2019. The San Luis Obispo Council of Governments had awarded the city a $30,000 grant to do a local roadway safety plan. Next slide. So with us tonight are myself doing the introduction, and I also have Jake Hudson from GHD, our consultant, who will be making the presentation about our draft plan and the next steps in the public input process. So a little bit of background. We started this process in 2019. We had received a grant from SLOCOG, the San Luis Obispo Council of Governments, our regional transportation planning agency. We put out a RFP for various consulting firms to help us put that plan together. However, at the same time, the state came out with another no-match grant up to $72,000. So the city applied for that and received the full amount. So now we had full funding to do a really in-depth plan. Really what we're talking about is a system-wide evaluation targeting intersection and road segments to look at accident rates and history at these different locations to see if we can find patterns to the accidents so that we could put together a report and really come up with a plan to address those in the future. Phase 1 is underway. We have that before you tonight is the attachment to this report. It's an accident analysis, and Mr. Hudson will speak more about that. We're really kicking off phase 2 tonight, the public input process. On the screen there is a website that folks can go to, Paso Robles, lrsp.mysocialpinpoint.com, to actually help us out. Tell us where they think problematic locations are. Mr. Hudson will talk more about that. We've already got some folks who have entered some information in there for us. Tonight's not the only night you can do it. We're going to do this for the whole month. Next slide. So the next steps, so we're at the public input process right now. That will end about March 16th, around the next council meeting and the last council meeting in March. We're going to take that data and see what the public had given us. That's very useful information because a lot of accidents, some accidents are not reported to the police. And so getting that information, it allows us to really do a double check on the data we have, the police reports and the speeding information and the accident history reports. We're going to take those results back to council on the 6th and make proposed changes to the report, get council's input on those proposed changes, and then come back on April 20th to present you a final draft plan for your consideration for adoption. So with that, I will give control over to Jake Hudson, who can talk about the next steps of the process.
Thanks, Dave. actually looks like I don't have the rights with the agency to have control over the presentation. So you mind bringing that back up, and I'll just tell you when to advance the slide.
Certainly.
Thank you. So yeah, thanks Dave for the introduction. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Let's wait for that to come back up. Next slide. So essentially what a local roadway safety plan is it's a process document that organizes how the city assesses traffic safety issues across its primary disciplines: engineering, enforcement, education, and emergency services. So what you get within this document is that sort of organizational process and structure, but also what we do is we evaluate citywide systemic collision patterns and trends. Basically, what's causing all the collisions in the city. We develop a toolbox of things that the city can do to address those for the most predominant ones. And then we also look at the top incident locations throughout the city. We develop recommendations for changes or programmatic things at those particular locations. And that's included within this plan itself. But really the catalyst for a local roadway safety plan is that this is going to be a requirement for some of the primary traffic safety grant funding that the city uses for doing various projects. And so that's why this is very important for the city. But it's much more than that. So it sort of lays out a systematic process for the city to address traffic safety issues. Next slide. So one of the first things that we do is we establish sort of what the idealized description of the success of this plan would be. And what we've come up with is essentially a future without any traffic fatalities or severe injuries within the city of Paso Robles. And many folks have probably heard this as an industry standard. This is essentially Vision Zero. I won't get too much into depth of this, but it's essentially a proactive approach that treats all traffic collisions as potentially preventable. And rather than discounting human behavior, we actually integrate human behavior and try to address those type of circumstances in evaluating and addressing traffic safety issues. Next slide. And so the next part is when we're looking at what's happening with volumes across the city. And although there's a pretty big gap in volume data for the city, it's pretty clear with what we have that volumes have been increasing over the last several years. And from 2017 to 2019, there was a higher spike in volumes and an upward increase. The northern part of the city is where we're seeing most of the volume increases. That's followed by West Paso, primarily the downtown core. And then southern Paso Robles is remaining relatively static. Actually, in some areas, we're actually seeing decreases. However, with some of the new development areas, we're expecting the volumes to increase there. Next slide. So the next part is where we actually get in and start looking at the traffic collisions. Next slide. So what we found is that over the last several years, traffic collisions have actually remained relatively static. And that's despite, as we saw before, traffic volumes increasing. So that's a really good indicator that the city's doing fairly well at managing traffic collisions. However, as part of this process, we have definitely identified areas of focus, areas that the city could best focus its efforts and projects. Next slide. And so, a lot of times we think about traffic collisions in terms of the human, the tragedy, the human impact. But there's a lot of research out here that gives you more of sort of a quantitative measure of what the true societal cost is of traffic collisions. And these are from these are measures provided by the Insurance Institute, by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, by AASHTO. And so to give you sort of a scale of what the societal costs of traffic collisions are in the city of Paso Robles. In 2019, the city had experienced about $17 million in either damages, lost wages, lost productivity, and other, and basically the all-encompassing costs. So this is a major impact, $17 million of societal costs to the city per year. So having a program to just continually chip away at those collision trends and reduce those is very valuable. Next slide. So one of the major things that we do, one of the primary things that we look at is we look at the citywide trends and the concentrations. And what you see in the upper left is a heat map that's showing sort of the density of collisions. And what we found is that traffic collisions were predominantly concentrated along Spring Street, along Niblick, also right there at the 13th Street Bridge. And within those concentrations, the patterns that we were seeing were the largest pattern that we were seeing were rear end collisions. And by far the most predominant contributing factor leading to those was speeding. Following that, broadside and sideswipe collisions, primarily caused by vehicles running stop signs, traffic signals, also pulling out from driveways without an adequate gap for them to enter into traffic. And then that's also followed up by hit objects. And DUIs is one of the leading causes of traffic collisions in the city. Over 25% of hit object collisions is a result of DUIs. DUIs also make up some lower percentages across all of these other collision types. Also improper turning, which is sort of a secondary factor associated with speed. So entering in, turning through intersections at high speeds and losing control. So these are where we're predominantly seeing the collisions, and this is the types of things and the causing factors that are associated with those across all types of collisions. Next slide. So when we focus on just pedestrians, what we see is that from 2015 through 2018, there was a slight increase in pedestrian collisions, and then 2019, there's a pretty significant bump. Looking at the data, we don't have a clear idea of why there was a specific bump in 29. Some speculation is that there was a lot more pedestrian activity in various areas that might have led to more collisions. As far as pedestrian collision concentrations, we don't see those really heavy concentrations that we see when we look at all collisions. We do see a minor concentration on West Paso, sort of in the downtown core area. Next slide. When we focus on bicycle collision trends, we actually see a little bit of the inverse. Bicycle collisions have actually been on the decline from 2015 to 2019. And also bicycle collisions, for the city, I would say at 5 collisions for an entire year is actually very good, as compared to most other agencies. And when we look at the concentrations, it's very dispersed. There's no clear concentration of bicycle collisions within the city. Next slide. And so again, going back to, this is a pie chart of what's causing, what officers are saying were the primary causes for each of the collision types. And so there's a very clear top 3. Speeding, again, is one of the primary leading factors for traffic collisions. Traffic control devices and stop signs on the left, also one of the top factors. So this is a combination of vehicles running stop signs, vehicles running traffic signals, not obeying traffic controls. And then the other one, another major contributing factor in distracted driving offenses is impaired driving. There's a significant amount of collisions within the city that are the cause of impaired driving. Also, a proportion of that is distracted driving as well. Next slide. So based off of that analysis, what we've done is we've identified a areas that the city could best focus its efforts on to address those predominant collision trends that are happening throughout the city. So can you advance there? These are sort of animated. So the number one emphasis area is high incident locations. We're recommending that the city rank and prioritize its highest incident locations that the city develops, which we've done as part of this report, develop recommended countermeasures for the tailored specific to those type of collision patterns, and having that list available for future capital requests, for grant funding requests, having that available for when we're doing development review and new projects or generating traffic that may be exacerbating these types of things, augments to impact fee programs and other sorts of things to help guide this. And I'll also just really inform priorities on where enforcement can focus their efforts, and also so that emergency services are aware of where collisions are most likely to occur. The next, we advance to the next one. Again. And again, we've talked about this over and over. This is a very common theme. Speeding in the city of Paso is, like I said, the number one cause of traffic collisions overall. And so I'm not going into all of the toolbox of options. These are just the general themes. If you want to see all of the details, you can look at the report. But some of the themes of the things that we're recommending: augmented traffic calming programs, implementing various traffic calming programs, making geometric changes to roadways that have traffic calming effects, focusing enforcement efforts where we have where we have those collision concentrations. All right, next and next. The next one is intersection visibility. A lot of collisions were associated with vehicles pulling out from side streets. So making sure that there's an ongoing effort at clearing obstructions, hedges, overgrowth, looking at the city's municipal code and other requirements that can compel property owners to trim vegetation, or even if the city needs to trim those because there's an imminent safety hazard, for recouping those costs. And then as new development comes online, design standards so that there's not so new developments aren't proposing street furniture or buildings or proposing on-street parking in a way that obstructs sight distance. Next. And next. Access management. So this is similar to intersection visibility, but this has a lot to do with driveways that are in close proximity to each other, or driveways that are in close proximity to signalized intersections, even stop-controlled intersections. Having sort of these concentrations of all these access points and complex controls with signals, and those are leading to a lot of traffic collisions within the city. So one of our recommendations is developing policies on driveway spacing, making sure that the city currently has policies on limiting the number of driveways, but also policies on guiding the design of driveways so they're the maximum distance possible away from signalized intersections, so that they're not immediately adjacent to other driveways. Policy guidance for when you've got closely spaced properties, potentially doing shared driveways or shared access points to reduce the number of conflict points. And a whole slew of various other types of design recommendations for new development. Also, where there's collision concentrations at private driveways, having to make a difficult decision to potentially limit or restrict left turns in and out of those if there's really high collision concentrations, and coordinating and working with the property owners that those are serving or affecting. Next. And next. And the last one, and again, we've talked about this before, speeding. and DUIs, impaired driving, major issues happening within the city. Engineering is a difficult, if not a very limited, can have very limited effect on this type of collision pattern. So this is typically focused on education campaigns, targeting enforcement where we've got those high concentrations, engaging with alcohol serving establishments, making them aware of what the situations are, and asking for assistance and collaboration in those areas. Next. So again, I just want to emphasize sort of the unique nature of impaired driving in the city of Paso Robles. This is a heat map showing how widespread DUI collisions are throughout the city. I would say that with all the various local roadway safety plans that GHD has prepared, this is very unusual. Typically, we see concentrations sort of in those downtown cores or in cores that are primarily, where we've got the concentrations of alcohol serving establishments. What we're seeing within the city of Paso Robles is that we're having DUI collisions throughout the city. So this, and this is just the collisions. This really isn't indicative of all the incidences of DUIs that may or may not be cited. So really, this is for our recommendation is really focusing on addressing and tackling impaired driving within the city. Next. So what we talked about there were just the overall toolboxes and areas for the entire city. The next part is where we get in and focus on each of the individual intersections. And for the sake of time, we've evaluated a lot of intersections and we've developed a lot of recommendations. So again, I'm just going to talk about themes in the general areas for the sake of time. So the stars here are the top collision locations overall for the city, and we've come up with a package of geometric improvements, operational improvements, programmatic types of things that the city can be doing as recommendations for these. Collisions primarily concentrated along Niblick, also along Spring Street, and then again also at that 13th Street Bridge. Next slide. So intersections operate very differently than segments. So we also look at segments and exclude the traffic collisions that are occurring within the intersections themselves. So again, Niblick is a corridor and segment that's rising to the top, not only within the intersections, but also within the corridor itself. And again, speeding and DUI, major issues along the Niblick corridor. Also on the River Road approaches as well. Spring Street on the northern end of town, 13th Street Bridge on the approaches into the bridge itself, and then also Golden Hill Road in Creston and the approaches leading into there as well. Next slide. And then we've also done a thing where we've isolated the collision patterns for bikes and peds, and we've developed a package again of improvements and recommendations for those. For these are primarily focused on the west side of Paso, downtown core, also around Flamson, and then also again another theme, a primary corridor, Niblick Road, as well is something that we're recommending improvements for. Next slide. So what we've done, what we have, and what's before you right now is purely based off of collision reports, collision records, and pure data. And as Dave said, that's not the full picture. There's a lot of things that go unreported. There's a lot of concerns and other issue areas that may not be tied directly back to specific collision reports. So we've essentially established our baseline. That's phase one, as Dave said. The next step is where we need to augment and add to that data and either verify what we're finding with the data, adding additional locations, modifying our recommendations based off of the feedback that we've got. We've already launched an interactive website that has an interactive map where you can place pins and provide information on specific locations where there's issues. We've got forums for people to provide information on what are their concerns, what are their primary issues. And then tonight we're taking feedback through this public presentation, through the study session, and the goal is to have that continue over the next several weeks, and we'll be bringing that back on April 6th with all the information that we've gathered for an update to council on what we have and the plan changes that we plan to make, planned updates, and then we'll make those updates and bring that back for final adoption on the 20th. Next slide. So we've also had really good feedback so far, and this is just a sample of the type of stuff that we're getting back from the website. We worked with the city's social media folks, and we've pushed a lot of social media announcements and blasts out and really driving traffic to this website. We've had over, this is, I think, it may have been a day or two ago, 114 visits. 25 of those were unique, so people are, coming to this at least 4 times or more. We're already receiving survey questions. You can see people are spending upwards of 20 minutes to 45 minutes on the website looking at the information, reading the report. And I'll say that of the survey responses that we've gotten back so far, almost all of them have identified speeding as their primary concern. We also have had some secondary concerns associated with making improvements in specific locations, and also DUI collisions. So really the feedback that we're getting so far is really validating the baseline data that we have. Next slide. So we're wrapping up the presentation right now, and I'm about ready to pass it over to Dave to bring up the recommendation. But this is such a big topic. We're talking about traffic safety in general for the entire city, both just general overall trends and site-specific trends. So just as a discussion aid, we provided you some types of questions that you might want to contemplate, through the discussion. What are the types of focus areas do you think are the most important? These are the top 5 that we've discussed in the systemic, or these are the top 5 that we discussed systemically. What are the type of the safety disciplines? Should we be focusing on enforcement activities, education activities? Should we be focusing on emergency services, engineering? And then also, are there just other things that we haven't captured yet? Are there site-specific locations that we show that maybe we need to take another second look at that's really not bearing from the collision records as well? So with that, I thank you, and I'm going to pass it back to Dave to bring the presentation to the recommendations.
Thank you, Jake. So tonight, Council, we're looking for input, direction on the draft safety plan and other matters regarding the Paso Robles road safety programs. So, Mr. Mayor, we'll turn that back over to you. And Warren, if you would reverse one slide, we'll turn it back to Council questions.
Okay, thank you very much. We will do some preliminary questions of staff on the presentation and the process. Of course, we'll go to public comment before we get to our own input. So let's start with questions. Mr. Strong?
Well, Mr. Mayor, very few questions. One thing I didn't see in there is recommendations like roundabouts. Previous studies have recommended roundabouts at various locations. Maybe I missed that or misinterpreted it or just didn't see it. Or are specifics not included in this report? Being in districts, by the way, right now, I was very pleased being District 4 with this report, because the only thing I saw in my whole district is one little gray circle. Go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Strong. So the draft report that's in the package has different options for different intersections. And Jake, do you recall if there is a recommendation for roundabout at certain high accident locations?
Yeah, most of the locations that we had were very tight, compact locations that that really weren't, I would say, feasible for a roundabout. You typically, when we were looking at there, we would filter out roundabouts where buildings would have to be relocated, or other things along that nature. The intersections that were, I would say, more feasible for a roundabout installation really just didn't rise up in the rankings.
That's all I had.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
No, sir, nothing right now.
Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I just had just a couple questions about Niblick Bridge. What are some of the ideas for making it safer on Niblick Bridge for pedestrians and for reducing the number of accidents? Is that going to be in this report?
So we did, Councilman Gregory, we did, as you recall, the Niblick Corridor report that actually specifically addressed the high accident issues along Niblick Road. So we do have specific recommendations that were adopted by council on that. However, this report will also have additional recommendations considering the Niblick report that may be different. So it will address that corridor. And there, I believe, Mr. Hudson can correct me if I'm wrong, we'll have recommendations for the intersections of First and Niblick and South River Road and Niblick.
Yeah, that's correct. So Niblick is a corridor. We've pulled a lot of the recommendations from that report. There are some additional recommendations. So we're looking at modifications to the cross section of the lanes, bike buffers, other things. We're looking at improved coordination along the corridor so that the coordination, basically if people are speeding, they're going to hit a red light before they would be able to proceed. Whereas if they were going the speed limit, they should have a nice green progression. And there's a whole series of other signal upgrades, and other operational signal timing upgrades, as well as geometrics along the corridor. I guess I'll leave it at that.
And then my only other question at this time would be, with the downtown area increasing in popularity and more pedestrian activity, are you going to be looking at some of the things like similar to what we did on 13th Street for crossing 13th and Pine and Park? Will that go out throughout the downtown? Is that the study you're looking at also?
Yeah, so Jake, maybe you can discuss a little bit about the pedestrian, I guess, improvements in different areas that we've looked at in terms of upgrades. What Mr. Gregory is referring to are some push button flashing lights, RFB type installations on 13th Street. So he's curious if more of that is going on, is part of the recommendations.
Yeah, so the top locations in the downtown core area were predominantly at locations that were already signalized. So one of the most common recommendations that we have is what's called a leading pedestrian. So essentially, when the pedestrian goes, there's additional time that allows the pedestrian to establish themselves in the intersection before cars get the green to proceed. There's marking improvements. There's other signing and striping improvements at those locations as well. Where we have mid-block crossings, these are sort of more up in the more up towards Flamson and those areas. That's more what you're talking about is more consistent with, I would say, mid-block crossings or uncontrolled crossings that don't already have a signal or things like that at it.
That's good. Well, thank you very much. I'll hold my comments for later. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Mayor, Dave or Jake, I guess, did the consultant review our Niblick corridor plans that we basically had come up with? And in other words, what did he critique the plan of design currently?
Jake, why don't you go ahead and describe what you did in terms of existing reports, especially the Niblick Road Bridge or a Niblick Road Corridor plan?
Yes, we definitely used the Niblick Road Corridor plan as a base, and then what we did is we looked at the collision patterns based off the most current data that we had, and we had some additional we had some additional things that we added to the recommendations for there. So yeah, we absolutely did take that into consideration.
Okay. Then the next question is, when you're compiling your data, do you bring in the fact of vehicle miles traveled or trips? In other words, how many cars actually went through that intersection or area before a collision occurred?
No, we only had, so the amount of data that we have for traffic volumes in the city is very limited. We do have it for some areas, but we don't have it for all areas. So where we had it, we did look at the volumes. But if you're referring to using the volumes for doing rankings and other things like that, we just don't have a consistent citywide volume set for doing rankings. But absolutely looking at the specific intersections and locations, we are using the information that we have on what turning movements are occurring, what the ped crossings are. We're looking at that in conjunction with the collision patterns that are occurring.
All right. Well, I think that's a critical puzzle piece to figure out if it really is a major issue or not. People are always going to make mistakes and things are going to happen, but to the point where, if you have a whole lot of cars going through there every year and one or two accidents, that percentage is relatively low, but it can make it, in some reports, look pretty badly too. So that's why I'm wondering if your system calculates that kind of thing.
Yeah, and one of our recommendations in the systemic plan is to have an ongoing count program that covers the entire city so that you have that data moving forward, because this is an ongoing living plan or program. And so it's important that information, that you have that information going forward as you're evaluating the city as a whole.
Got it. And then maybe a question for David. Does this also review areas in the city that I've spoken to you about before where stop signs were put by previous engineers to control speed, where the traffic stop sign is not really designed to do that? Will there be recommendations for that kind of a thing to be changed?
Yeah, so I don't believe that the intersection that we had spoke about rose to the level of significance in terms of the accident history. However, I think the data bears out that one of the biggest, or an item that had a large influence on accidents is traffic control, which includes stop signs. Both, people not stopping at signals and not stopping at stop signs I think it was about 35% of the accidents related to that. So that would be, that is a recommendation of the report, is to, evaluate those stop signs in those intersections to see if, say, stop sign removal is warranted, or if, more signage and obstruction clearance or something else to alleviate those accidents. But it is, based on the data we've been looking at, that is a reason not to put, not to just plop a stop sign down when it's not warranted, because it can lead to accidents.
Okay. But then again, it's kind of going against the rule and regulation that you're not supposed to use stop signs for speed control. Is that still correct, or has that changed?
Nope, that has not changed. And if I'm given the wrong impression, that's not my not what I was trying to do. So I am trying to say that stop signs and other things are not, signals are not used for speed control.
Exactly, especially on a uphill road, downhill road, stopping a car, mid-hill is just ridiculous when there's already a stop sign on an adjacent street. So anyway, there's some things in town, like I said, hopefully that we can get corrected and make, better at this point for traffic flow. But I'm all about safety. That's not, really the question here. But I'm just curious if this report would be looking at those kind of things.
I think this report is, as Jake said, is an ongoing living document, and I think it's backup for staff and the public and the council to know, why we don't use stop signs for speed control, because this points to one, that the city has a speeding issue, and two, that stop signs aren't solving that issue. So it's not something we would use to address it. We would like to look at other ways of addressing speeding.
Okay, thank you, David. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I have no questions. Any other questions before we go to the public? Okay, we'll go to public comment. I have no one in the queue for public comment, so I'll close public comment on this item, bring it back to the council. We have in front of us a slide which has discussion aids and a couple of different questions. I have to admit that I'm finding it difficult to prioritize these list of actions. They all seem critically important. Some of them are proactive, which means which would be acting in anticipation of issues that could develop or improving infrastructure. Others are reactive, which would call for such things as enhanced enforcement and addressing speeding, addressing impaired driving. And of course, that turns out, as we know from previous discussions, being a big function of manpower as far as law enforcement in the city. But for other council comments, let's go to the top of the list. So Mr. Strong.
Well, yes, first of all, I apologize. I find these maps very hard to read. And determining what the color codes mean was also difficult. I finally figured out that there is a lot of gray in my area. And there's also a few yellow spots, but that's all low or medium low, which is still obviously a concern. But when I look at what we're being asked to comment on and what we think would be most effective, I'm not seeing a lot of things that really are under the control of the city and what we can do as a city, except suggest that they be done, such as education. That's more or less DMV, I guess, law enforcement to some extent. Enforcement is obviously our law enforcement. Improvements at high-frequency locations, yes, and there we have a number of possible options, and we're looking at some of those already. I think we have an upcoming discussion very soon with a major corporation that's looking to assist us in that area. Addressing speeding, that's law enforcement. Improving intersection visibility, that we might be able to do something about, but that might be more manpower in public works in order to do more tree trimming and bush trimming, and unless we want to shift that responsibility to the adjacent property owner, which might not be very popular. Managing property access points to public streets, that's driveways mostly, and how much of a public transportation can you provide that the public will actually use and give up their own personal vehicle, especially in an area such as ours, which is relatively low density and a little bit remote from major types of activity locations and amenities. Addressing impaired driving, that looks like something for DMV, possibly a little bit law enforcement. That about covers it all. When it comes to what the city council can do, get more police on the street, do a lot of more enforcement, which is money, and also some engineering solutions. But I think that's really what we have to address more than anything else under this particular item, is what can we do from the engineering standpoint and improving the actual state of our signage, our design of our street intersections, and how our streets intersect with each other, not with every driveway. driveway locations. That's a matter of planning and density. So I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
Yes, sir. I had a question for Dave. You know, when you're on Spring Street and you're trying to, there's sometimes you just can't cross from east to west because of the high traffic. And there's what I'm trying to say is, like, can you put like a red zone? Because sometimes these big trucks park right on the street. Is that something that was looked at? Like maybe you're trying to cross from east side to west side, and you just can't see unless you get your car almost halfway into Spring Street so that you can cross it. Is there like how much space they can park their vehicles so that you can see if there's traffic coming?
Yes, Councilwoman Garcia. That is called sight distance. So when you get to a corner and you're looking down the street, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we do have a current process for that. I typically take requests from citizens and business owners to evaluate driveways and roads, what we call the sight distance triangle. It's when you pull up to an intersection or a driveway, you look out, can you see, based on the speed limit, cars down the street coming at you from either direction. And depending on which direction you're looking at, the triangle is different. So we do take those currently, those complaints currently, and check them on a case-by-case basis. But that could be something we looked at, that we look at in this report, and possibly make it a recommendation. I believe also, Jake, you have looked at that, and that's one of our recommendations.
Yeah, so there were, I don't remember how many, but there were a few locations that had fairly high incidents due to intersection visibility. Right. So we've identified those, but there were also, just in the city as a whole, if you see it's number 3 on the emphasis areas, is improving intersection visibility. And that's not just vegetation or street furniture. That's also part on street parking.
Right, because like we're the Bank of America, and then there's that other bank right there, that whole area. And then there's that area right there is really hard to cross over because there's not a light right there. And so you kind of have to sneak out there because of that. There's right across the street from Bank of America is a little smog place, or they changed the oil. So a lot of trucks park right there. And it just gets really hard to try to cross over. But I've seen that happen a lot. And then my other question was, I wasn't sure if Jake was aware, because he was talking about, in his report, he was talking about how the heat wave was throughout the whole town. I was wondering if he was aware that our city has a lot of short-term rentals, and throughout the whole city, and maybe that has a significance to the report.
I think just want to clarify, Councilwoman, you're referring to the driving impairment heat map?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
That's something we can look at in the report. Jake, did you look at any type of related causation or secondary causes or anything like that?
No, we were looking for, when we did the sampling of the DUI, we looked at origins and destinations, if they were provided. A lot of times the DUI reports, the person involved doesn't gives limited information. Yeah. So it's not easy to identify or to categorize based off of certain circumstances. We do our best, but there just wasn't enough information with the data that we have, to categorize those in that way. We can look and see what data we have to see if there's any sort of relevant information, but I think if that's a concern, there may be other ways that we can try to see if there's any sort of correlation associated with that. Potentially looking at the trends in the number of short-term rentals, with if there's business licenses and see if that correlates to the rising collision numbers or things like that. But that would be a very difficult thing to try and isolate.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, I had a couple comments about kind of related to what Maria was talking about. I think maybe how about the number of bars and restaurants downtown? I wonder if that has any effect on your cumulative total frequency of accidents and DUI. So that's one of my comments. Personally, I like the item one improvements of high frequency locations is a priority to me. Because when you have frequent accidents in the same spot, it's something we should really pay attention to. I also think addressing the speeding is a really good thing to be doing. It's primarily the secondary cause probably of accidents, if not the most primary. And then improving intersection visibility. From a personal note, I think that's a really good idea. We do have issues with intersections that are hard to see. I think those three items right there are the most important, and then having enforcement right in there to help assist in those areas, and then engineering and design to prevent those difficult spots from happening and causing accidents, I think would be my preferences on what we should focus on. I think when we have an area where we have frequent accidents, like on Niblick Bridge or whatever intersections are most frequently causing accidents, I think we should really focus on trying to prevent those. Other than that, it's a lot of information in this report, and we take any kind of recommendations to help our city. So I'd have to depend. I think we'll have to depend on the professionals to provide what we need to help our drivers become safer here. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
And thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, great report. But however, our Paso City is 128 years old. Especially on the west side, our designs of streets and corners and allowing access from driveways onto the main roadway, parking on Vine Street, for instance, those are things that are going to be there forever unless we make a major design change there, which we obviously wouldn't be able to afford. But so those things I think are going to be there forever as far as an issue. But main thing I believe here is enforcement of our existing rules and regulations on our streets. Using, and I've said this before, those signs where it actually tells you your speed and starts blinking lights. Those kind of devices, I think, are huge to control people, so to speak. They don't always go fast just because they want to go fast. It's like they're doing it unconsciously. So when we have those kind of devices spread around town, I think it would certainly help, especially Niblick corridor, to do more of those where we have a visible indicator that, we're going too fast, need to slow down, that kind of a thing. So I think, I'm not sure if I see that in the recommendations at all anywhere with regard to equipment, but obviously putting, more officers, street speed controls in place are really going to be probably the main solution to keeping our accidents further down than what they already are. But as Fred says, that's all it takes is money. So I think a good report, good tools for David to bring forward. If he has further need for discussion or recommendations to council, I think this is a good start. That's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. And I'd like to sum up my input by saying I think the city's role in this, and where we get the biggest impact from the attention we pay to it, would be in the areas of enforcement. Obviously, we need more enforcement of the rules that exist, regardless of the condition of the streets or intersections. And then engineering to make sure that when intersections and other ingress and egress points are designed in the city, that they do have proper line of sight and they are as safe as possible for people to drive. And then ongoing maintenance from the city as far as making sure that visibility is maximum along the streets and at the intersections, so we don't have obstructions that block drivers' views and restrict line of sight. So I think those are the most important areas for me. This doesn't take, I don't think, any official action other than to provide you with a direction on the draft safety plan. So I don't think there's any need for a motion. Are there any other questions, Dave, that you need input from us on?
No, Mr. Mayor, that is excellent input. And if council or the public has further information, maybe you think about an intersection or something later on, people can always go to me here at the city, or more specifically to Paso Robles, lrsp.mysocialpinpoint.com. There on the bottom of the screen is the web address. Place a tag, put your information in there, because we really want the feedback, because we're not going to be able to do every project in this that comes out of this report. However, it's going to be a great tool for us to use to, like you say, increase safety, help with enforcement, and pinpoint our ongoing maintenance. So I just want to encourage everybody to go to that website, and we appreciate council's time tonight.
Okay, and if you would, that's a rather long URL for people to remember. So if that can be made prominent on the city's website and also searchable, that would be very helpful for the public.
Certainly.
Okay, thank you very much. Let us move on now to item number 15, which is agreement with the Wallace Group to prepare bid documents for phase 1 of the Union Road Safety and Training Center and final site plan. Could we have a staff report on that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Randy Harris, Battalion Chief Fire Marshal. Give us just 1 second to get the item up on the screen, please. Perfect. Once again, Randy Harris, Battalion Chief Fire Marshal. Joining me in this presentation tonight is Capital Projects Engineer Ditas Esperanza. We're here tonight to present the design for the Union Road Public Safety and Training Center. Next slide, please. In fall of 2019, the city purchased an 8-acre parcel for the construction of a 3rd fire station, police substation, and training facilities. The location is well suited to complement the fire department's existing 2 stations. As you can see from the colored map above, this location will allow us to reduce our response times to the northeast areas of the city, and will also allow us quick access to the adjacent arterial streets. This is especially important to help us meet the department's response goal of 4 minutes or less 90% of the time to all emergency calls. Additionally, the site is large enough to meet the department's training facility needs with a training tower that would allow for live fire training. As you might recall, this is one of the areas identified as deficient in our most recent 2020 Insurance Services Office, or better known as ISO rating, and resulted in us getting 0 out of 35 possible points in this important category. Next slide, please. On November 12, 2020, the City Council accepted a FEMA SAFER grant in the amount of $1.2 million. The acceptance of this grant provides the critical staffing needed to open a 3rd fire station and staff a 3rd fire engine. Besides reducing emergency response times, upgrading our squad to a staffed engine will increase the amount of time we have an engine available and increase our water delivery capabilities. The recent ISO survey states that our current population of 32,000 would need to have a minimum of 3 engine companies capable of suppressing structure fires with a needed fire flow of 3,500 gallons per minute. Your approval this evening of The Type 3 fire engine for Fire Station 3 will add 1,000 GPM to our staffed engine capacity, which will allow us to meet this important ISO standard, and will also help us get a step closer to achieving the NFPA 1710 standard, which requires 15 firefighters on a low hazard structure fire initial alarm. Next slide, please. Wallace Group is currently under contract to perform work on Union Road interchange, which includes the Ardmore Road extension. To ensure an efficient and complementary design, they were asked to submit a design bid, including developing the master site plan and development of Phase 1 bid documents. To best meet the community's needs of quickly staffing a third fire station and wanting to ensure that the master site plan accounted for all the city's long-term public safety needs, Wallace Group has proposed a phased approach for this project. The Wallace Group bid proposal before you tonight includes the following in this initial phase: conceptual master site plan refinement through additional meetings with both police and fire. The refined master site plan would then be brought back to the council to gain both community and council feedback. The interim fire station design and bid documents would be developed through a multi-step design process. Architectural, civil, landscape, and technical specifications would all be developed so they're ready to go out to bid. A geological hazard assessment as well as infiltration testing would be completed. This will allow the Wallace Group to generate a geotechnical report. A drainage and stormwater control plan and a pollution prevention plan will also be developed. Further master planning and workshops will help develop and define future phases of the project. It is anticipated that permanent station or stations would be developed to meet the long-term needs for both police and fire. A training area, including a training and multi-purpose room that could serve as a training classroom and a backup EOC. Next slide, please. Through a limited contract with Wallace Group, was able to initially evaluate the site, host a virtual design charrette, and start the development site plan that includes the current site constraints such as elevation changes and drainage. Additionally, the plan accounted for future changes such as the realignment of Union Road and the extension of Ardmore Road. Those are both indicated on the graph there above you, where the lines are red and Union Road would curve around for the future long-term design. A focus on meeting the department and community's long-term needs placed the interim fire station adjacent to the proposed permanent station to allow crews to readily access the interim station apparatus space. The interim station will be designed to efficiently convert to its anticipated long-term use as a training classroom without needing to relocate major features such as doors, windows, or plumbing. Additionally, biological surveys have been conducted and concluded that the westernmost large oak tree is in good health and has been incorporated into the plan. Unfortunately, the adjacent oak tree to the east is diseased and is recommended to be removed. With council's approval tonight, Wallace Group will continue to refine the master site plan and work towards developing the required bid documents for the interim fire station. Next slide, please. Staff recommends approval of Resolution 21XXX, authorizing the city manager to enter into the standard professional services agreement with Wallace Group to prepare bid documents to construct Phase 1 facilities for Fire Station 3 and the ultimate site plan of the Union Road Public Safety and Training Center, and authorizing the city attorney and city manager to make minor changes to the agreement as needed, fully consistent with council intent. That concludes my presentation. Ditas Esperanza, George Aguilar, who is the principal at Wallace Group, and I are available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you for that presentation. Let's start council questions with Mr. Strong.
It looks like you've got a pretty good plan here. And when do you anticipate, I know we're projecting money coming in from our new sales tax. Do you think there's enough money in there to implement this plan within that time period?
I'll defer to Mr. Cornell on that one if he's available.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Strong. The design is purpose is just kind of get a sense of scale, and we do need to come back to City Council for a formal funding plan on how we're going to construct all these facilities. But we do need a kind of a preliminary design to get kind of preliminary costs to develop that funding plan.
Okay, so there's no idea of even a ballpark cost on this thing, huh?
Yeah, we're in the early phases of even just developing a J20 expenditure plan. So that is definitely top of mind as we're kind of working through that, those funds.
Okay, and actually this money is proposed to come out primarily from that Development Impact Fee Fund, right?
That is correct. The AB 1600 needs list does identify a Fire Station 3, both the station costs and the fire engine. Granted, those funds have been depleted to secure the purchase of the land. However, the city is kind of, again, developing those funding sources and figuring out what is available, when it'll be available, and how they can be used towards this project.
Well, we have enough money in that fund to fund this project currently.
For this Wallace Group contract of just under $400,000, yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Councilman Garcia?
No questions right now, sir.
Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, I have several questions. And Randy, I guess I'll just start with you. Maybe you could inform me. So in our discussions, I happened to see a very nice picture from the Cottonwood Fire Protection District. Is this the style of design we're going to do?
Yes, sir. That is the style that we're proposing. We feel that it's consistent with the industrial neighborhood and design, and basically a one-story metal sided and metal roof structure is our proposal.
And along with that, so that saves us a tremendous amount of money. And then will you tie into the rest of your fire facility looking with the same products and design? So,
yes, sir. That is our intent, to make sure that whatever we build on this initial phase absolutely matches with the whole future project.
Okay. And then so the timeline on this is by July, and then by July we could, if we, I'm not quite sure. Is it a rough design, or it doesn't look like there's construction drawings? It's just a formal design of the site and a light design of the building, or at the end of the July period, what do we have in hand?
It's my understanding, I do have Mr. Aguilar from the Wallace Group to enhance this, but it's my understanding we'll have all the documents needed to go out to bid for this station, including, not only civil, but electrical, mechanical, all the different sheets that we need to go to bid.
So metal buildings, all the glass, all the access, all the site plan, everything will be there.
Yes, although we're looking at a stick frame building for this initial small building, because it does look like it'd be more efficient than going with a metal building for it.
Right. So will you just put metal siding over the stick framing? Is that the idea?
Yes, that's correct. That way it long-term will match our permanent station and the surrounding industrial area.
And will Wallace take a look? We have several metal buildings close to this size over on, I think it's Combine Road. I know of a 4,000 and a 5,000 square foot, actually were buildings that were very affordable and reasonable, all metal, and they're prefab. But I don't know if prefab will work for this, but is that something, will they look at everything basically in their study?
Yes, absolutely. And they're basically subcontracting some of the architectural work to Omni Design. And we've had talks with Omni Design that are very similar to that, where we'll go and figure out what is working in the neighborhood and what's the most efficient and cost-effective way to build the station.
And will they also have the substation in that as a conceptual design, just on the layout on the site plan?
So on the master site plan, we're just kind of identifying areas for the future station and the future training grounds. And then, of course, identifying exactly where we want to put this interim station. So that design would be limited to the actual interim station and just the footprints for the other buildings.
And so, Randy, I don't want to put you on the spot or anything, but so if we get the third station built like this, then our new medical fire van would come back into play and be stationed downtown, or where would that go?
It's Chief Sternet's proposal that we put the Type 3 fire engine in service, as well as the ladder truck here at Fire Station 3. And that gives us the best response for those two technical pieces of equipment. The actual squad vehicle would be put for available response out of Fire Station 1.
Okay, good. Oh, that answers all my questions. Thank you.
Councilman Hammond.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Randy, on the site plan here, we don't really show any of the training, all that kind of stuff we talked about before. Is that, or nor the police, basically, we had police shooting range and things like that. Where is that going on this site plan?
Well, this is a very preliminary plan. In other words, what we're bringing to you tonight is the bid to develop that master site plan. And so only because we were able to kind of get a head start, if you will, do we even have something this detailed. But the plan that we bring you tonight will further enhance discussions with both police and fire, and we'll be able to further revise the master site plan.
Well, that's where I was going with the question. Essentially, will our police department also be involved in the design, basically?
Absolutely. They'll be involved not only in the design, but also in the needs assessment for what their agency needs and what they foresee their needs to be over the course of the next several years.
Right. And your assessment too, from the response time range out of Station 3, I didn't see anything out on the airport. Clearly, this is going to have to serve the airport as well, but it did look like you had addressed it in your slide there.
Yeah, Warren, if you don't mind going back to slide 2. We can better elaborate. We go through these so fast. So, Mr. Hammond, the dark green represents 1 minute, lime is 2 minutes. Then we get out to orange, as you can see there on Airport Road. And ultimately, the red represents a 4-minute response. So basically, up to Dry Creek Road, we're able to get there in 4 minutes from this location.
Well, I'm talking more about I'm crashed and burned on the runway there, Randy. Are they going to be able to service aircraft out of this station?
Looking at this chart, it looks like it would be about a 5 to 6 minute response. And as we know with FAA standards, that won't meet commercial airline response, but general aviation generally, will give us a little bit of notice that they're coming in. But that really depends on, the typical emergency.
Well, all I would suggest is maybe we ought to put some colors up there on the airport itself, because that's kind of important to a lot of people that work and live up there, and of course fly the airport too. That is a range. I just didn't see anything in that northeast corner, circling out of Station 3. I think that's all I had. Basically, yeah, this is just a good document to get started. We're going to be talking about a lot further, but I'm looking forward to, getting it out there to get some hard numbers. So thank you, Randy.
Okay, very good. We've gone around with council questions. If there's nothing springing anew in people's minds, we will go to public comment. Okay, we open public comment. No one is waiting in line to speak. Close public comment, bring it back to the council. Discussion, Mr. Strong.
Yes, John raised something in my mind, and I'm looking back at that same map that we were just looking at a minute ago, and Airport Road, of course, is to be completed as we do the rest of the Chandler Ranch. And I would assume that this station would then have all of that area to also serve, and would be definitely within the 4-minute range, especially if we complete Airport Road down to Lene. Because at that point, it would open up everything to the west of Airport Road very nicely. Is that correct?
I would agree, sir. This station is well located to serve the northern part of the Chandler Ranch, as well as our Fire Station 2 is well located to serve the southern part. So between the two stations, I feel like our response will definitely cover the areas of Chandler Ranch that are currently being proposed.
Okay. And ultimately, I know we're just now hoping to be able to get station number 3. But ultimately, we're going to need a station number 4 to really adequately cover that airport area, and especially if it develops industrial along Dry Creek and along Airport Road and the adjacent roads, are we not?
Yes, sir. So Chief Stornetta,
we have a state facility up there already on the old boys' school property, or just north of it. But it would be nice to have another city facility up there at some point.
yes, sir. Chief Stornetta does have a 10-year staffing plan, and that plan always evolves using GIS to reference, where our calls are and exactly what our response times are each year. So those are constantly being analyzed.
Okay, very good. Just as long as we keep this thing moving forward so that we can meet the needs of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No further questions. Thank you for the report.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank the Chief Stornetta and the fire department and Wall Associates for having a metal building and a metal building design to save the funding. I think that'll save our city a lot of money. I like the concept, and I'm in favor of the Wallace Group consulting fee to do this, and ready to make a motion if you need one.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond?
No, I agree with moving forward. Ready to go anytime you are.
Sounds good. Motion from Mr. Gregory, is there?
So I move we authorize the city manager to enter into an agreement with Wallace Group to prepare bid documents for the first phase of the facility at the Union Road Safety and Training Center, and final site plan for the ultimate facility. The fees for this work are $393,862.
Second.
A motion by Councilman Gregory, second by Councilman Strong. If there is no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. We move on now to item number 16, amended sublease and loan agreement for the Business Success Center at 1345 Park Street. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And the slides will be up in just a second. Next slide, please. So as the council remembers, a significant component of the city's economic development strategy is to diversify the local economy and take advantage of the entrepreneurial energy that exists in Paso and the neighboring area. The primary component of that for both new businesses and assisting small businesses is business development. And the primary means we are suggesting we do that using local resources is a business success center that serves startups and provides remote work opportunities for professionals and others, and also provides consulting services, technical services, and other services to small businesses. Next slide, please. The Business Success Center will provide 7 core services listed here. So this is much different from the co-working space, for example, in Atascadero. This is a complete business success center. Next slide, please. So the city worked very hard to find an appropriate location, and after a search of well over a year, was able to secure 1345 Park Street. The city did lease the site. It's 7,500 square feet. The lease costs for the initial 4-year term are $4,857 per month. And we were able to secure a 4-year lease plus 2 4-year options. We then went ahead and subleased the site to the Sandbox LLC. And that is founded and led by Kyle Ashby, who's here to address the council tonight. And we essentially matched the sublease to Sandbox with the lease terms we were paying. So it's the matching term, both of the 2 4-year options and matching rent. It was scheduled to open in the second quarter of 2020, and we know what happened to prevent that. Next slide, please. As part of the agreements we negotiated with the Sandbox LLC, we provided startup assistance, and that included a $390,000+ loan for 10 years at 3% interest, and that interest rate is greater than what the city receives. That's in investments, and it's actually $399,500, as well as that included a $99,500 portion that was not to be repaid. That was to be dedicated to TIs, which will revert to the city. Based on the pandemic, the governor's roadmap precluded the Business Success Center from opening. So it was scheduled to open in March 2020. As of June 2020, when we realized that there was no way services could have been offered, we did extend the lease and waived rent for the first 4 months. There was no income coming in to the Business Success Center, no income for Sandbox to forward to the city, either as lease payments or to pay down the loan. That, of course, is exactly parallel to many other businesses in the city and elsewhere across the country that we were required to continue making payments as we were for the lease of the facilities, even though we were not able to put the facility into use or receive any income ourselves. The Business Success Center is now finally able to open under the state's roadmap. As you know, we are currently under the purple tier, but very hopeful in the next few weeks of moving to the red tier. During this period, since the sublease was negotiated, there has been $64,600 in rent that we have not been able to receive, as well as $20,300 in loan payments that have not yet been received. Next slide, please. So clearly we need to decide at this point how to best proceed, and there are a variety of options that we considered, but we did believe and still believe that there are a series of principles that are necessary for us and our partner, the Sandbox, to continue working together so that when and as we come out of this pandemic, we have a Business Success Center able to help businesses who will now need these services even more than before in order to promote their own recovery and the recovery of our local economy. So just a few of the principles of agreement. The full set is attached to your staff report. Clearly, Sandbox is both a vendor to the city and a partner in our economic development efforts. We believe, thanks to the advancement of the governor's roadmap, that Sandbox can open on March 1st, and that it can expand its activities to the maximum extent allowed by the roadmap. So as we continue to progress through the tiers, Sandbox would immediately expand to provide those additional services enabled under the tiers. That as services begin to be offered and there are businesses taking advantage of those services and occupying the office space and otherwise benefiting from the services offered by Sandbox, that then Sandbox would be able to pay the city rent based on its increasing percentage of gross revenues. So now there are no gross revenues when it opens on March 1st. For that next quarter, just as it's opening and bringing in tenants, there would be no rent payments, but starting in June, there would be rent payments based on a percentage of gross revenues. So as Sandbox does better, payments to the city will increase as well. And then the city will assist in marketing, finding volunteers to staff the site, and providing other types of assistance to ensure the success of the Business Success Center. Next slide, please. Also attached to your staff report is a proposal in detail from Sandbox LLC as to the progression of rents that the city would be provided. So from June 1st through August 31st for that quarter, rent to the city would be 15% of Sandbox revenues. From September 1st to November 30th for that next quarter, rent shall increase to 20% of Sandbox revenues. And then starting with December 1st, 2021, and thereafter, rent shall be the full amount originally negotiated. So the proposal is based on the principles of agreement. There are no penalties for missed payments to date, as there have been no revenues to the Business Center. And as I indicated, there would be specific rent percentages based on the dates as the services provided by Sandbox continue to expand. Next slide, please. So the recommendation tonight, Mr. Mayor, is that you authorize the city manager to negotiate and execute amendments to the original loan and sublease agreements that were negotiated, and to make any minor changes fully consistent with council's overall intent. And with that, Mr. Mayor, open to any questions and direction the council would like to provide.
Thank you very much. Starting with council questions of staff, Councilman Strong.
No, I think this is a very good report, and it explains the plight that many landlords are in, as well as many tenants. So it's a plan to move forward that's realistic. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
I agree with Mr. Strong. We've been waiting for something like this for our economy, and I believe we should move forward.
Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I do like the Sandbox concept. I like the plan. I only had one question to Tom. I know that the COVID's killed a lot of businesses' abilities to make money, and we have had some loss of revenue through the city. Is there a way to get some of that money back by maybe expanding or extending the lease to get a return on our lost revenues?
Yes, sir. That's part of the principles of agreement. And after my presentation, if it's amenable to the council, Mr. Ashby would like to make a short presentation. So here's the basic approach we are taking, and we believe this can serve as a model for other landlords and tenants throughout the community. And that is that initially we do minimize the revenues paid to the city, because the revenues going to Sandbox up to this point have been zero, and even from this point forward will be relatively minimal. But that over time, as those revenues increase and the Business Success Center increases the level of services it's providing, that we be both open to renegotiating the lease, so that as the success is enhanced over the long term by extending the term of the lease and renegotiating the terms, that both of us can continue in a win-win approach, so that Sandbox does better and the city also recoups some, if not all, of the lease revenue it has not been able to receive to date. In addition, the loan payments are not being waived, they're just being deferred, and up till this point deferred without interest. And by the extension of the term, and remember it was originally a 10-year term, by just extending that term, we will receive the loan payments in full. And given that it's 3% interest, which is greater than the interest normally received by the city through LAIF, over time it'll repay the general fund for the full loan, as well as foregone interest through LAIF.
So Tom, on your renegotiation of the lease, do that annually, or what's your idea there?
Well, it wouldn't be annually, but we would certainly do it at an appropriate point. So we would, in the renegotiation right now, we would set up a structure so that in the future, as we see how the future plays out, we can ensure that we can renegotiate to the satisfaction of both sandbox, and the city.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tom, I'd like to hear, of course, what Kyle's going to speak to, but what I'm really looking to see here is that the taxpayers become whole. We don't typically do a project like this. Very rare that this has been done, and to have it go south is not the best. Again, what I'm trying to say is I am looking to see some kind of a language that we can extend the loan to make the taxpayer whole, and whatever that takes over a period of time that can still make the sandbox fly and have a benefit to the city. I'm all over it. But again, I think it's important that council make sure that tax dollars are repaid. And so at this point, I think I'll just listen to Kyle, and then maybe we can follow up with some questions after that.
So, Mr. Hammond, if I could address that. Number one, these are SB 1090 funds. These are not city funds that were used in the original loan. And then number two, if you look at Mr. Ashby's proposal, which is on page 5 of 7 in your packet, he's making exactly the same point you do. So, for example, he indicates that rent amounts shall follow the schedule of rents in the current lease, as well as that the loan amounts, the term will be extended, and the loan will be repaid. So we certainly see this as an opportunity. If the Business Success Center progresses as we both believe it will, for the city be fully repaid. But really, this is a city investment, just as we're investing in the propane program, the parklet program, and other programs to help local businesses get on their feet, get back on their feet, and recover from the pandemic.
Okay, Mr. Fritchie, I was unaware that Mr. Ashby had a presentation to make. I would have done that first, but if he would like to make remarks now, then we can do another round of council questions and then go to public comment.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Warren, if you could pull up Kyle's short presentation, please.
And then go to public comment.
Kyle, anytime you're ready. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you all hear me all right?
So, Warren, if you could pull up Kyle's
short
presentation. Great. Thank you all for the time. And I want to thank the mayor and the council members for coming down and visiting the space in the last couple of weeks. It was great to have some people come through and show off the space. I'm really excited to continue with this project, despite. Yeah, I'm here. Can you all hear me all right?
Please mute your microphone if not speaking.
Thank you all for the time, and I want to thank the mayor and the council members for. Hold on. Can you hear me? And show off the space. I'm really excited to
Kyle,
continue with this project.
Are you listening to the presentation on another device? You may want to mute the other device besides the one that you're using.
Okay.
To do the presentation.
Hopefully you can hear me now. I can't hear anything if I do that. Can you hear me?
Kyle, we can hear you, but we're also hearing your other device about 60 seconds later coming over you.
No, I just have one computer running.
To do the presentation.
Hopefully you can hear me now. I can't hear anything.
If you're live streaming on YouTube, if you could mute YouTube.
Kyle, you can go ahead and unmute your mic in the Teams meeting. If you're watching the presentation through YouTube, you'll want to mute the YouTube presentation. And if that
I'm not.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm not. I don't know what was going on there.
Okay.
Okay. Anyway, I'm excited to continue. We've got the space ready to go. I just wanted to draw a little bit of attention to where we're at. Tom expressed it. This has been a challenge for co-working spaces all around the world and in the U.S., but especially in California with this reopening plan, as we've really been left out of any sort of tier because we have a mixed business model of co-working offices, dedicated desk, and meeting and event space. And in our model in Santa Barbara and what we were counting on in Paso Robles was, a third to sometimes half of our revenue coming from our own events, our own trainings, our own meetings, as well as meetings hosted by the public and events hosted by the public. So currently, we're really challenged revenue-wise. That's why we put this structure together to build it on percentage-based. I think once things start to open up, the question was how would the city gain back their money? I think with that percentage of revenue, if California can get back in a space where we're hosting events, hosting meetings, I think we're going to see businesses and individuals flood back and try to get some of those things going to bring back their own organizations and their own businesses and the community gatherings that happen in a town like Paso Robles or Santa Barbara or anywhere up and down the Central Coast. The one thing that we've learned, or I've learned in Santa Barbara, is we didn't build enough private dedicated spaces. And through COVID, we've adjusted to make that happen, adding some more individual spaces to give some people some protection from not just COVID itself, but from Zoom calls all day long that everyone's having now through their workday. So the advantage that the Paso Robles space has and what was built there is that there are 10 dedicated private offices. There are also 10 dedicated, half of those being private desk spaces with doors that'll be wrapped up and ready to go by March 1st. So I think we're in a position in what we built to be really ready for what co-working is going to look like and business centers are going to look like moving forward.
Please wait for the leader to admit you are now joining the meeting.
Hello?
Sorry about that, Kyle. We had an issue where we hit the 4-hour mark on our call-in studio and we had to reconnect. I apologize for that.
No problem. I don't know where you left me, but just basically we're in a really good position to continue forward. I think just getting to that point in the next 3 to 6 months is going to be challenging. And so this is why this proposal was put together. And I'm hoping we can move forward with it so that we can open up and start spreading the word. I really do think centers like this, around the world, but also specifically on the Central Coast are going to help businesses in the community bounce back. If you can jump ahead, I think it's 3 slides. I'm going to kind of skip over a few of these. Yeah, you can skip that one. We are live now. There's a new website up there. So here, go step back one. I don't know if it's. So what, if you take a snapshot of what happened in Santa Barbara, I'm trying to compare this to Paso Robles just to put you in the mindset of the next 3 to 6 months are going to be a challenge. But after that, after COVID's gone through and we get some vaccinations rolled out, I think we'll bounce back to life. But we're down to 1/3 of our normal revenue in Santa Barbara. We don't have staff. We have, very 10% of normal co-working memberships and 0 meeting and event revenue since March 13th. It's been challenging as heck. But like I said, these offices and desks in Santa Barbara, we basically became a landlord and said anybody that wants to stay can stay. And what happened naturally was the essential workers, lawyers, attorneys, CPAs, people that are helping businesses succeed. We have a woman that works for the SBA, stayed in place, continued to pay us revenue and their membership fees. And we were able to work with our landlord in a similar model to get through this tough time, and get, hopefully by the maybe end of summer, maybe early in summer, we'll be back to people returning to office spaces. And I think maybe more of an influx of larger corporations looking for alternative third place locations for their employees, their own headquarters, the employee's home, and then maybe somewhere else where they can meet with clients or meet with other and collaborate. So I think we'll be in a good place in Paso Robles. I think just getting there over the next few months is going to be tough. With that said, we're built and ready to go, and we've picked up some great collaborations along the way, which is in the last slide. Skip ahead a few here. Are signing a deal with Edible Magazine, whose owner is based here in Paso Robles. They're going to take some space in the sandbox and help us sort of drive some interest into the food and beverage community, which will be great. And, we'll continue with, next slide would be great. We'll continue with working with our current partners that we have at the sandbox. Next slide, one more slide, which is, 1% for the planet companies like Patagonia, Toad & Co, and All Good Sunscreen. We've got a great relationship with Zoom, as does everybody now, but we sponsorship by them in Santa Barbara and in Paso Robles, and Digital West as well. Now in Paso Robles has been great to get us set up and get us some quick internet going. So we're ready to go. The Cal Poly Center and SVDC are waiting to start promoting for us, and I know the city is going to help out a little bit there too to get the word out and start pushing this. So I'm hoping that we can finalize these amendments and head forward here in the next couple weeks. Thank you all for your time, and appreciate being here. Happy to take questions.
Thank you for being here, and thank you for braving the technological waters and hanging with us. Sometimes it can be kind of challenging. So we've all grown to be flexible and patient. Let's see if some of the council members do have questions for you. We'll start off with Councilman Strong.
No, it looks like everything's in flux and people are prepared to deal with the flux. So no further questions, maybe comments later.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir. Thank you, Kyle, for the presentation.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, Kyle, thank you for the tour you gave us the other day. It was very interesting to see how it's coming along. So are you beginning to get tenants roll in and get interest in your sandbox?
Yeah, there's definitely been interest. A lot of people are sort of waiting for the right time. Edible wants to start, but they want to start in June when they feel like they can use the space to its advantage to have meetings and host people in a common space. There's a few individuals that have relocated from the Bay that work for tech companies that are a little more ready to go, I think, than Edible, but they still want to wait and see how this upcoming announcements, I think, from the state pan out and how that affects their employers and how much their employers will put toward their co-working membership or their desk space. I've heard that a lot lately. Is my employers waiting to see how much they can dedicate to me having an office offsite.
Good. Well, nice looking product, and I think you'll do well once we get back to normal here. So thank you for your presentation.
Yeah, I think. Sure.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kyle, maybe a question of you and Tom. Your first block here in the revised rentals schedule is you're asking rent to be waived for essentially, I think it's about 14 months worth. And Tom, you're saying that these monies that we extended to help the sandbox get started and be a partner with did not actually come from our city funds?
So the loan came from the SB 1090 funds, and the SB 1090 funds were the funds we received as part of a settlement agreement we negotiated with PG&E over the closure of Diablo Canyon. So those were funds that came to the county and to each of the cities in the county. And we've used those both for the economic development efforts. We paid, worked with the chamber for, as well as for this. Now, the lease payments, those are coming from the general fund, but the loan came from
Right.
SB90.
And that's where I was going. Okay, so basically, people need to understand that there was a loan that was reinvested from Diablo Canyon into different things within our Paso City, Sandbox being one. The lease, though, that we made an agreement with the property owner was for 4 years. And back to Kyle, is that what you're asking the city? Which again comes from general fund. Kyle, are you asking the city to forgive that?
Yeah, I mean, ideally we could extend the loan and, like Tom said, make it up at the end in partial. Some of it was waived by a city employee already.
Right.
So it's
okay. Correct. That's where I'm going with this whole conversation. I think, again, with respect to taxpayer-funded dollars and making them whole, in other words, I want to see some kind of an agreement that we can extend the loan, remodify the loan somehow. I mean, I'm not concerned about the timing so much, but rather making sure that Sandbox flies. In other words, I don't want it to fail. But on the other hand, I also want city taxpayer money to be repaid over time. So do you have an issue with extending the loan over year, 2, 3, whatever, to repay those 16 months? And also the difference, the delta between where we're going now with your agreement, you're asking again to pay only 15% and then 20%. And then, you see what I'm saying? So there's going to be a delta to here that we're going to still lose some general fund money in supporting Sandbox. Do you have an issue with adding that on at the end of the term?
I'm going to allow Tom to answer that because there's been messages from a city employee that are very different than that.
So the Councilmember Hammond, let's take the two individually. The loan, we have been deferring payments, and by extending the term, when we're up and running, at the moment we have a 4-year term and 2 4-year options. We believe that the Business Success Center concept has a much longer life than 12 years. So we do believe that Sandbox will be in downtown Paso for more than 12 years, will be successful, and the loan will be fully repaid. It'll take longer than we originally anticipated, but it'll be fully repaid. We have, as Kyle indicates, waived interest payments on the loan up till this point, and obviously we're asking for your direction on how to negotiate an agreement amendments going forward. But we fully expect the loan to be fully repaid. The lease is a different story. The lease payments may never be fully repaid because there was no income to support those lease payments. And we see this as an investment in our downtown and in our business community, just like the propane activity, just like the parklets, where the city is investing in businesses to ensure their success, or at least enable their success. And the advantage of the Business Success Center is it's not just Sandbox that we're investing in, but we're investing in all those businesses, either startups or small businesses that will be using space, receiving services, getting consulting, getting technical advice, and other support from the Business Success Center. So it's really a way of leveraging our efforts, but I don't think that the money that we've not been able to collect up till now in lease payments, we will be able to recoup. Certainly some of it, but I don't think it's reasonable to expect us to be able to recoup all of it.
Well, I agree. I mean, to what point, just like we're helping other businesses and restaurants in town, what is that number? What is, based on Kyle's schedule here to June of 2022, what will be the actual loss, I would say, then in the rental or the lease itself?
So it would be the loss in lease payments that we've already incurred, as well as, just as you noted, the difference between the
right
15%.
I understand that. I understand that, but I'm just trying to get a whole figure, a number figure here. Did Ryan calculate what our net loss? I think I saw that in the report.
So, but I don't think we can give you an exact number, Mr. Hammond, because since the payments we'll be receiving are a percentage of revenues that Sandbox receives, it'll be based on how successful Sandbox is going forward. So I can't give you an exact number.
Wow. Okay. It's substantial. And my point is that to what extent does the council want to support Sandbox with taxpayer dollars that we'll never see again? That's the bottom line, I think. And again, just like we're doing that with the downtown restaurants and businesses, I don't have a problem doing with Sandbox either, but to what extent? So I don't have a good number from everybody at this point to make a decision what to do.
Gotcha. We do have someone waiting in public comment. Anything else, John?
No, I just, other than the fact that, back to Kyle, maybe final question, Kyle. I mean, are you amiable to adding these costs onto the loan, so to speak, to recover lost rents from the lease? By the way, we also asked the building owner to forgive, and he would not. He's holding the city at full par on our lease rate. And that's the rub. I don't like what I heard there, but it is what it is. So we're going to, I think, come back to you over time. Could you make the city whole?
I think it would be very challenging for a business that already doesn't make much of a profit. As I put an initial email to city staff, it also eliminates, if this needs to come sooner than later, it eliminates a job in downtown Paso. It was fully my intent on this $400,000 package that we put together to put a lot of my own money in that didn't come from another business. What I did do is put in a lot of time over the last year without any income from any of my businesses. So it would be tough to add additional costs to the loan, and frankly, for me to survive. I'm going to be perfectly honest with you. It's a challenge.
Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. That's good, Carl. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor, I have an additional question based on all of that, if I may.
Mr. Strong.
Yes, somehow or other, Mr. Hammond's discussion is almost a discussion rather than just questions. Has left me feel very confused as to apples and oranges, and whether we're talking about apples and oranges or trying to compare apples with oranges. First of all, PG&E keeps getting referred to as a loan. Was that a loan or a grant from PG&E?
So it was neither. The SB 1090 funds were the result of a negotiated settlement with PG&E, and so the money came to the city as payments for that settlement agreement. That was,
in other words, it's not a loan to be repaid, though.
Correct.
And it was not normal taxpayer money either.
Correct.
Okay. So if that is included in some of what we're getting back, that's a plus, is it not?
Yes. And then right. And that money can be used. that money can be reinvested elsewhere in the community for economic development purposes. Yes.
That helps clarify it for me and also show us that we might be able to be a good example to other landlords in this instance. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go one more round here with questions from the council and then go to public comment. We are still asking questions. We'll have plenty of time to discuss this after public comment. So Councilwoman Garcia.
No questions, sir.
Mr. Gregory.
So Tom, I just want to make sure everybody understands the funding from PG&E was given to the city of Paso Robles for economic redevelopment to get back on our feet from the losses of Diablo Canyon closing down. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. That's the only thing I had. Thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Hammond?
Not at this time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. We have one person waiting in the queue very patiently for quite a while now to make public comment. So let's go to public comment. And our one person waiting is Jan Albin. Jan, are you with us?
I am with you. Thank you.
Thank you for waiting. You're on and it's your turn to talk.
Thank you very much. I do have several questions. Hopefully I don't run over. But the concerns that I have are exactly the ones that Mr. Hammond expressed. So I want to make sure I understand what has transpired and continues to transpire here with this company and how the city is the chief financial support for this one private business enterprise. So I want to make sure I have all the facts correct. The city itself is in a lease agreement and paying rent to the owner of this building at 1345 Park Street. And the city is subleasing the space to this private company, Caldera Collective, also known as the Sandbox, also known as a subtenant. And because that subtenant is not paying their rent to the city is in essence subsidizing the subtenant by continuing to pay the rent to the owner of that building. To date, the city has used $491,000 out of the $1,200,000 of SB 1090 funds on this one project. Funds that were given to the city to help ease the local public health, safety, and economic impacts of the closure of Diablo Canyon. And now they're asking the city to approve and the continued financial support of this private enterprise with taxpayer funds. So my questions are, how much of the city's money has been spent on this project over and above the SB 1090 funds? Try as I might, I cannot find information regarding the initial projected sources of revenue and timeline of when this space would become profitable. Due to the impact of COVID-19, has a new pro forma been created? How much of the city's money outside of the SB 1090 funds has been spent on the lease of this building? Where are the funds to support this project going to come from? Are they going to come from the general fund, the city manager's discretionary budget, or are we going to get and be able to use SB 1090 funds to continue this project? Have we now set a precedent where other startup businesses will feel that they too are entitled to the same financial support we are allowing this company? What if any timeline has been established for this project to be self-sustaining? Are we going to support this endeavor for another 2 years, 4 years? Where do we draw the line for our financial support? Nowhere have I seen in the staff reports what we will do as a city to recoup our investment should this business fail. What I determined from the staff report going back to the very beginning, this is a partnership, a funding, if you will, between the city and a private business enterprise using public monies. And this very well might be construed as a gift of public funds. Prior to making a decision on what has been put before you this evening, I believe that you, our city council, and the citizens of this community are entitled to a full accounting record from day one of this project. I'm suggesting that any motion forward be postponed until that information is received and included in the staff report at the next discussion. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, are you there?
I'm sorry, I was on mute. I see no one else in the queue for public comment, so I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. We have a long list of questions, some of which have been answered if partially so far. So I will try to go through the list sequentially. The first question was, is the city paying rent on the building at 1345 Spring? I know the answer. Would somebody please validate it?
Yes, we are.
Thank you. Is the city subleasing to Sandbox?
Yes, we are.
Is the city subsidizing Sandbox in this effort to bring this project online?
To date, we have. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Have we spent $491,000 of the $1.2 million in SB 1090 funds on this project?
No, sir.
Do we have any idea what that figure really is?
Yes, we do. So the loan, the $399,500 is in fact SB 1090 money. The $64,600 in rent we have paid that we have not received from Sandbox, that is general fund money.
Okay. Do we have, excuse me, do we have a reconciled report of non-SB 1090 expenditures? In other words, how much city money has been spent on this to date?
$64,600 in rent we have foregone.
Thank you. Do we have a timeline for profitability?
We have the proposal from Sandbox as to whether that makes Sandbox profitable or not is Mr. Ashby's business, not our business. But we do have a timeline that was included as an attachment to the staff report that details revenues the city will receive based on, over the time period, based on the revenues that Sandbox receives. So it's a graduated scale, both in terms of the percent of revenues that Sandbox receives, as well as the total revenues, since as we come out of the pandemic and we go back down the tiers, Sandbox will be able to offer more services to more tenants.
Thank you. Has the city and or Sandbox produced a new pro forma based on the impacts of the COVID pandemic?
So I'm certain Mr. Ashby has his own pro forma. We have, based on the proposal that's been made to us, our understanding and our calculations as to how much revenue we project the city will receive, but it's, there's only within a certain confidence interval because it depends on how successful Sandbox is.
Okay. I think we've already answered this one. Lease costs, total non-1090 lease costs. I think you just gave us that figure, did you not?
Yes, and we know how much it is per month going forward. We do have our lease agreement with the owner.
Thank you. Going forward, what will be the funds source for city support in supporting this project? Will it all come from 1090? Will it come from general fund? Will it be a combination?
The lease payment will be coming from the general fund.
Okay. Does this set a precedent for new startups feeling they have the right to public money to support them?
I do not believe this is in any way a gift of public funds, nor is it a precedent for new startups, because this is really a startup that's assisting startups. So one of the reasons we became a partner with the Business Success Center was to leverage city funds and leverage our efforts to assist businesses in the community, both startups as well as small businesses needing services. We did a survey through the Chamber of Commerce and through our utility building program and received overwhelming interest by local entrepreneurs, local employees who are either traveling to work or otherwise working from their home for this concept and for the utilization of this concept. So we know that this can be a success here in Paso Robles.
Is there a timeline for self-sustainability for this project?
So based on the proposal from Mr. Ashby, he will be providing to us the full rent payments starting December 1st, 2021.
Is it likely that we will fully recoup the investment to date?
I believe, as I've stated, we will fully recoup the loan that we have made to Sandbox. I do not believe we will fully recoup the foregone lease payments to date.
And those lease payments impact the general fund?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, and we talked about the use of public funds. I have a question. Back when this conversation started, it revolved around the concept of investing in jobs diversification and the vitalization of the business community in the city of Paso Robles. I still believe in that strategy. I still believe that the city has a role to play in that. Have we not also supported, and they've been mentioned briefly here as part of the discussion, have we not also used some of these funds and city funds for that matter to support other businesses in our community?
Yes, sir, we have, and other cities have done the same thing. So the city of San Luis Obispo, as well as the county of San Luis Obispo, have been supporting the Hot House in San Luis Obispo for years at a much higher rate than we are supporting Sandbox.
So specifically, the city of Paso Robles assisted in the distribution of some $200,000 in CARES funds, which were not city funds. They were from other government agencies, much as the 1090 funds were not city funds. Do we have any guarantee that any of those businesses that we gave money to are going to succeed?
No, sir.
Do we have any payback on any of those funds?
No, sir.
Do we have any pro forma? Do we have any sort of guarantee that that money is going to actually do any good?
No, sir.
So we sort of went forward on faith, utilizing other people's money to support local business.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to that, have we used general fund monies, not outside grant monies, not monies that have been handed down from other agencies? Have we used general fund monies to support local businesses?
Yes, sir.
And I know some of the examples, but perhaps you could hit those high points again.
Well, just within the last year, we have used city funds to provide the second round of micro grants to local businesses. We have used city funds to subsidize propane payments for businesses who were able to work outside and provide services outside during the periods of time where the governor's roadmap prevented them from providing services inside. In neither case, and those are just two examples, in neither case did we expect nor do we expect to be repaid for that assistance.
So once again, we supported local businesses out of general funds in an effort to save businesses, enhance businesses, and we didn't require pro forma. We had no projection of whether the businesses we were assisting were going to succeed or not. It was the city stepping into the breach to do its part to support the business community. Am I misinterpreting that?
No, sir. And as a general rule, on a long-term basis, the city has not, nor has the city generally considered its role to subsidize local businesses, but these are not normal times. And what we're trying to do is keep businesses afloat, keep employees working, keep families having income coming in. And these are extraordinary times, and we have taken extraordinary measures to try to help this community to be positioned the best it can to come out of this pandemic-induced recession and economic travails as quickly and as healthily as possible.
And I should probably ask this question, Mr. Ashby, if he's still online. If not, perhaps you can help me out. When the sandbox is up and running, either because the pandemic has come to an end or because businesses discover this facility as being a cost-efficient way to operate their businesses. What type of businesses, what type of operations, what type of opportunities do we reasonably anticipate coming from that?
Well, I think this is for local business own costs by coming into a center that is more on shared costs. So I think, some of these businesses that are struggling to pay rent, this might be a viable option for them to stay alive and continue on their business. So the commonality of shared building that is existing businesses and new ventures coming to town, the goal in mind being that there's a business serving every sort of function that another business would need under one roof, whether that's marketing, CPA services.
So perhaps you could give us some examples of non-pandemic era business activity in your Santa Barbara facility. What type of businesses did you see there? Did we lose him?
He's still showing as being in the meeting, sir.
Yeah, he's showing it in the meeting, but he's muted.
He is present in the meeting and he is not muted in the meeting.
Okay, well, we're going to move on then. Maybe we'll have a chance to chat with him later. Those are the points that I wanted to raise. Those are the questions Ms. Album posed that I hope to get answered. Let's move on to further council discussion. Mr. Strong.
Yes, and this item really is going to dovetail with my report that we give at the very end of the meeting on our personal activities, because it's a parallel situation to what I'm involved with one way or another at both the state, regional, state, and federal level as well. Both the previous administration and the current administration are encouraging this type of activity as they look toward the future, and especially because of COVID-19. COVID-19 has made a lot of changes in many business patterns and situations. And there's one aspect of income to the city that we're not even looking at or considering as we consider this particular situation. And that is the improved economic base that the city gets out of it. Because there is going to be more remote business activity. And if you don't have facilities for that remote business activity to take place in a very vibrant atmosphere, you get left out of the picture. If you're left into the picture, those are people making an income within your city. Those are people, if they're working virtually, are staying pretty much in your city, and therefore they are spending a lot of their money in your city. And that all means revenue for the city. And that's revenue that cannot be estimated, cannot be projected into this specific item. But it's also revenue that we can't just ignore or dismiss as we consider the overall situation in this particular item. And that's my comment, and I will be favoring this item.
Thank you, Mr. Strong. Councilwoman Garcia?
I don't have anything to add, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory?
Yeah, it's a question for Tom. So Tom, on the payment on the loan is at 3%. So how much is the income are we going to receive from that over the term of the loan?
Mr. Cornell, would you do a quick calculation, please? 300,000 for 10 years at 3%. What would be the total interest payments?
120,000.
I come up with 90,000. It's actually part of the loan agreement has a loan forgiveness of the 99,500. So really the interest or the principal amendment subject to interest is 300,000. It is a simple interest, so it's about 9,000 a year times the 10 years would be 90,000.
And And then there's, I saw the escalator clause in the rents, Tom. Is that because the landlords are escalating his rent?
Yes, and so we have a parallel agreement with Mr. Ashby for the rents from the tenant to exactly match what we're being charged.
And when did this agreement start, where we started actually entered into the lease?
We entered into the lease with the landlord in late 2019 and with Mr. Ashby in early 2020.
Okay.
As you remember, originally we were in discussions with the chamber, with Travel Paso, and with Wine Country Alliance to move into this facility as well.
Right. So that was right around the beginning of 2020.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I don't have any further questions or comments. I would like to say it's very important for us to support our businesses, our local businesses, and the amount of money we spent supporting our local businesses has been pretty tremendous for the last 8 months. And it's not only money that's being given to the businesses to help them offset their costs of doing business because of COVID, but the staff time and the advertising and the marketing and everything that the city's been doing to help all our businesses. It's a pretty stunningly big number, and we're doing it because we want our businesses to survive. So in the spirit of business survival, I think it's really important that here's a business that's bringing business to town, and it's an incubator. It's a place for businesses to start, and it's really important that we keep the principles of what the city is doing in this situation. We're helping businesses, and this business, it's going to start businesses. It's going to be a money generator for us, and we'll do the best we can in recuperating all the funding that we might have lost with COVID. But I can tell you, as a personal business owner, we're losing a lot of money. Everybody in town is losing a ton of money because of COVID. So this is no specific example, as far as I'm concerned, where somebody's getting a favor. Everybody's hurting. Everybody's losing money. We're going to get back on track, and we'll bring it back up to normal. And I think it's really important that we continue to help all the businesses in our town, including this one. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to kind of go back again. I certainly agree with everything Mr. Gregory just said, although, again, these are tax dollars, and this is pretty important to me that our taxpayers get reimbursed. I would direct staff to go back and negotiate with Kyle to change that 3% for the actual loan to incorporate our losses from general fund over the 10-year period of the loan. It won't be that much more. It will help him sustain, and it will keep our taxpayers whole. I don't see that as being a killer of the project at this point. We all have issues. Luckily, we're not demanding full payment. We could do that too and shut the whole project down at this point. So to me, I think that's working with the Sandbox to help them continue. And we want to make them survive. We want to make sure that they actually have the benefit to the city for the project that we agreed to do in the first place. But is that something that council might agree to? In other words, I'm thinking, I don't know, maybe Ryan can quickly run some numbers, but if the 3% generates $9,000 a year on the loan, and we have 64,000 roughly, maybe a little more at the end, what we're going to be out with regard to the lease payments on the property. Is that something that council might agree to have come back for further discussion?
So let me jump in there, John. I got a comment and maybe an idea. Okay. First of all, and believe me, I don't think we should do this, but we have, with other businesses, put hundreds of thousands of dollars out there over the last year in support services and materials. We haven't asked anybody to pay anybody back. In fact, we even deferred the permit costs of the parklets downtown. I understand your concern for taxpayer money, and I share it. But if we're going to be consistent, then we're going to go back to everybody that we advanced money to and say, we're going to need to execute a loan now and get that money back. But that being said, I understand the concern about, you know, the loss of taxpayer funds in this particular instance. And perhaps rather than negotiating an additional percent or 2%, I'm just doing mental math here. You're probably going to bump it up 1.5% to 2% to make that work in that time period. Perhaps we could defer that to the end of the term, make it a balloon payment, which based on the success of the business may or may not be forgiven.
Yeah, again, these are points, Mr. Mayor, that I think we should direct staff to go back and negotiate with.
Yeah,
I think it's important that we try to do something here on behalf of the taxpayers. And I don't disagree with your thought about how we've helped other businesses, but to what extent, to what amount, you follow? So percentage-wise, I guess, is what I'm trying to get at. These lease payments a month are pretty high, and so.
Well, just in the last couple of months, we've agreed to spend $235,000 in support, and we've added money to that to help establish the parklets in deferred business fees. I'd say that we've made a substantial investment in other businesses in our town over the last year. Anyway, but
agreed.
Yeah. So
agreed. All I'm saying is, let's get staff, I think, to go back and sit down with Kyle.
Okay. Other comments?
Can I also add one thing in here? This is Kyle. I'm back on the phone.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So the advantage a lot of these existing businesses had was the ability to apply for EDIL loans and PPP loans. But because we were in this position of we haven't opened in March of 2020, none of those funds were available. So that, you know, instantly put us at a bit of a disadvantage as a brick and mortar business, not being able to draw on EDIL like I was able to in the Sandbox in Santa Barbara, to keep us open, to keep the doors open when everyone was fleeing our business. Luckily, a lot of those people came back, and we made good use of those funds to stay alive, frankly, like other businesses have. But in the Sandbox Paso, we didn't have that opportunity. So there was a lot of concern going in. I think, you know, that was the initial reason why some of those first portions of the rent during the pandemic were waived by city staff. And so that's been my struggle with this business from the beginning. There hasn't been that draw that, you know, just about every other business has got, that's allowed us to have a little bit extra funds to finalize the project and to pay rent.
Gotcha. Thank you. Okay. Further council discussion, Mr. Strong?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and you know, something has come out here that we're all forgetting about this. This is a little bit of a unique situation. We planned this and we initiated this before we even knew there was a pandemic coming. So we have become one of the victims of the pandemic, along with every other business and every other person in this city. And being a victim, we're taking a loss. A loss we wouldn't have taken if we'd known the pandemic was coming. We wouldn't have been doing this on this timeline. And in that respect, if we just own up to our own responsibilities, do the best we can to make it to succeed, to keep it going, to keep it succeeding, to keep it moving in the right direction, so that as the pandemic recedes, we can then recoup the money one way or another, either from the success of the various businesses we're helping to start or from the Sandbox itself. But the Sandbox itself is going to be an economic generator, not of its own money, but of the money it is going to generate by the opportunities it gives to others who are our citizens. And our businesses are also have an interest in our city. So they deserve our attention as well as each individual citizen in the city. And for that reason, yes, let's negotiate as much as we can reasonably. But it has to be reasonable, and we have to maybe realize that we aren't going to become 100% whole within this contract alone. And that's my position, and I still tend to favor moving forward to the best of our ability to get this going and keep this success moving forward.
So would you like to make a motion?
Again, I don't have a really good motion in front of me except to give the staff direction to keep in mind this entire conversation and to move ahead to present us with a completed agreement at our next possible opportunity.
Okay, Councilwoman
Mr. Mayor,
I'm sorry. Who's speaking?
go ahead. Go ahead, Steve. I was just going to make a motion if you'd like.
Okay, hang on. Councilwoman Garcia.
I thought I made a motion.
I didn't hear a motion, Fred. Please restate it.
That we are now giving direction to staff to negotiate the best agreement that they can possibly come up with to make us as whole as possible and keep this business viable in the process.
Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Hammond. Discussion, Mr. Hammond.
Again, I want staff to get in with Kyle. I want to see a pro forma. I want to see basically hard numbers that substantiate any kind of gift that we're going to be able to negotiate. That is something, again, the public needs to see here, in my opinion. So I agree with Fred's. Basically, we were talking about having them negotiate with staff. That's the bottom line. Bring it back to council at a later date to have further discussion and approval.
Very good. Any further discussion on the motion? Mr. Frucci, is there anything that you think needs to be included in that motion? Is that complete enough direction for you?
Yes, sir. I have a sense of the council based on all the discussions taking place. Thank you.
Very good. If there's no further discussion on the motion, can we have a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Strong?
Yes.
Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia?
No.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Councilwoman Garcia is dissenting. Mr. Frucci, do we need the second part of this action, the authorization, if we're still in negotiation here?
No, sir.
Okay. In that case, this issue is concluded and we can move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Next up, we have the item that was removed from the consent calendar, approval of purchase of Type 3 fire apparatus and equipment. And we already got quite a bit of discussion from staff. If there's more, that's definitely going to come out. But John, I know you had some related issues which are pertinent to this, and I wanted to make sure that you had adequate time to express them, which, you know, generally we just had very brief discussion under consent calendar. So I'm going to open with you, and if you could revisit your concerns, that would help us.
Yeah, I'm going to try and pull them back. The main thing was with regard to our squad and the capability of that squad with a two-person crew for medical aids is huge, as opposed to, again, staffing. I understand. I think, again, I'm going to leave this up to Jonathan. He knows best for his department. But my point is he's moving forward with a Type 3 right now engine, which doesn't really have a place to be put that can respond to that area. And I'm just thinking we're a little premature, maybe, but then again, things are going up in cost. The cost of this unit is almost $500,000, you know. So, in my opinion, to buy a $500,000 piece of equipment and then put our squad in the back corner of the Station 1, not be used as much, or maybe not at all, that's what I'm not clear about, was what I had a problem with. And, you know, there's certain standards with putting certain number of people on a piece of equipment. But again, when we have medical aids, it's generally our major problem with back-to-back calls. If we keep that squad manned somehow, if nothing else, I believe this is something I wanted to ask staff about. If we have back-to-back calls, do we run the BC battalion chief and his vehicle directly to that call? I mean, they're usually paramedics and they have that capability as well. This is what I'm trying to figure out is, you know, strategic use of manpower that we do have available to us currently, and we'd love to have in the future. But buying a Type 3 at this point in time, I'm just a little concerned until we actually get a little closer to having a Station 3 to put it in.
Mr. Hammond, I'd be happy to address that. So we do have parameters associated with the SAFER grant. So when we accepted the SAFER grant, those parameters included that they would staff a third fire engine and a third fire station. So if we do not follow through with that direction, then we will need to forfeit the SAFER grant in about $1.2 million. We have elected to implement a Type 3 and not a Type 1 because it's about half the cost of the Type 1s, and additionally the maintenance cost is a lot lower than the squad. I would love to have the squad continue to be in service. The fire department's current structure is not able to meet the service demands that exist today in the city with 3 fire engines. We would need the 3 engines and the squad. The city's current size and complexities, coupled with recent development, projected projects approved, and those pending approval require additional personnel and equipment just to meet the service demands. As was outlined in my annual report, there was over 64 hours last year. We had no resources available to respond, and that equates to about 179 times. Now, when we get into the Measure J20 funding and we match that up with our 10-year staffing plan, it is my recommendation to implement the squad again no later than 2024. But if you want my recommendation today to keep up with current service demands, we need the 3 engines in the squad.
Okay, Jonathan, again, I'm going to, get back to you. You know best. I'm just thinking, again, the squad is a lot less money than a Type 3, and it gets 2 people to a scene of a medical aid faster, quicker, and doesn't tie up as much resource. That's the thinking that I have. But, running an engine down the street, I've always had a problem with the Type 1s going to medical aids, and that was the reason for the squad. So we need to progress, and I don't have a problem with it at this point. I just want to make sure that we're making the best moves at the correct time, I guess, bottom line.
Yeah, and I would say we're really in a catch-22. I would like to have a couple of squads in service as well and less engines, because predominantly about 70% of our callers are medical aids. But then on the flip side, we do not meet the current ISO standards for fire ratings or fire flow requirements. And that's obviously impacting all of our citizens' insurance rates. And hopefully we don't have a devastating fire with fire loss and not have the fire equipment there at scene to extinguish the fire.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we talked about that, you and I, previously, about the ISO and the pumpage. That's why I asked the question of, the 1,000 gallons a minute. Is that enough, or can we improve that? I know usually our Type 1s are 1350 or something like that. Can we get that kind of a pump on a Type 3?
No, we'd have to upgrade, and just referencing San Luis City's most recent purchase, it was about $800,000 for that Type 1. So we're spending about half the cost on the Type 3, yet still meeting the minimum requirements as outlined by our ISO assessment.
Yeah, that's good value. All right, that's all I really had, Jonathan. I'll be happy to make a motion on that if you'd like.
Okay, we'll need to go to public comment first. Before I do that, any other comments from the council members?
Yeah, I have a question, Jonathan.
Steve Gregory.
So Jonathan, so the eventuality is Station 3 is open. We'll have the Type 3 engine and a ladder truck out at Station 3, correct?
Yes, sir. They'd be cross-staffed, so it wouldn't be. They wouldn't both be staffed at the same time.
And then you also have, at that time, you'd have the squad downtown, and we're sort of waiting for staffing to have the squad be staffed, correct?
Yes, we would have the Type 3 at Station 3, an engine at Station 1 and Station 2, and then in my 10-year staffing plan, putting the squad back in service in 2024.
So I just have a question for you. So could we prioritize the squad and get your staffing plan accelerated for the squad?
Most definitely, on your recommendation, we could make changes or amendments to that 10-year staffing plan.
Okay, so I think that I see the light at the end of the tunnel once we get Station 3 and your staffing plan. But I think, John, in my opinion, I think if we could help Jonathan accelerate the staffing for the squad, we'd get both. You get a half-priced 3-style fire engine that's 4-wheel drive and got all the ISO requirements, and we can get the squad back online quicker. So that's where I see it works best, in my opinion, just to help it through. So.
And Mr. Gregory, we can do all of that analysis as part of the J20 spending plan analysis that we're currently doing. So we'll make sure that option is in there.
Yeah. Okay, John, you want to make a motion?
Hang on a second.
No,
Fred or Maria, excuse me, Fred or Maria, any other comments?
No, sir.
Well, yes, comment, but I thought we had to go to the public first.
We do.
All right, I'll hold until after the public.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to public comment, and it will surprise you to learn there's no one in the queue for public comment. So we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. Mr. Strong.
Yes, very quickly. I would rather spend $500,000 and have $500,000 in assets still in our possession than lose $1.2 million. And also, we get ISO coverage that reduces the fire payments for insurance for all of our citizens. So I think it's a win-win.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Garcia.
Nothing further, sir.
Mr. Gregory.
I'm just waiting to second the motion.
Okay, Mr. Hammond.
Yeah, comment. I think, correct me wrong on this, or right, Jonathan, our ISO won't be reviewed for another 4 or 5 years.
Yes, that is correct.
Yeah, so we are where we are, Fred, for a while. But at any rate, I'll be happy to make a motion here, Mr. Mayor, if you like.
Please do.
I'd like to go ahead and approve item 9, where approve resolution 21XXX authorizing the purchase of one Pierce Type 3 apparatus from South Coast Fire Equipment in the amount of $431,005.11.
Second.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Gregory. If there's no further discussion on the motion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Item number 17, current council committee activities and reports. Mr. Strong.
Yes, and I'm going to take a little bit of time now. Back a week from Friday, my staff at the National League of Cities met with Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and we discussed a number of things for transportation funding and goals, and that dovetailed into a lot of meetings I had later. Oddly enough, it also dovetails into housing, which we need and we are supporting. Then the following Tuesday morning, I attended the Library Board of Trustees, and I'm pleased to tell you that they are just going full bore. They have tax forms available on paper right in our library. If you need paper forms, you can get them there. And they have over 1,000 children's learning kits that they got as a donation, I believe, from one of our foundations. So that's just wonderful news. And I think it's stuff for almost every age group. So that's great. Then that afternoon, I was reelected to the board of directors of the National Association of Regional Councils to represent the state of California in Washington, D.C. and renamed as the Transportation Policy Chairman for all the regional governments of the United States. And the following afternoon, I hosted at our transportation meeting the transportation director for the National Association, as well as Garrett G., who is the committee counsel for the House of Representatives Transportation and Infrastructure Subcommittee on Highways and Transit, and also Rebecca Higgins, who is the senior advisor for the U.S. Senate Environment and Public Works Committee, and also a representative from the One Rail Coalition that supports rail legislation to give us additional rail presence and availability right here at home. And those were exciting times, and it was and very enjoyable. We also got a complete policy manual from them that covers economic development, similar to what we are doing today in our city and moving forward, as well as talking about housing and low-income housing and moderate-income workforce housing, which we are working on. And then finally, I attended the LoSAN meeting just this morning, and that is our rail corridor from San Diego to San Luis Obispo that also serves Paso Robles. And we were talking about some of the same funding and the possibility of helping the negotiations with the state of California and Union Pacific for the state of California to purchase a railroad right-of-way from Moore Park to Gilroy so that we can put more passenger trains on the track and service to the Bay Area as well as down south. And other than that, I participated with the council in a lot of special meetings we've had, as we all know that we'll be having a very special thank you to our city manager, Tom Ferrucci, very soon, and hopefully welcoming someone new in. And that's my report.
Thank you. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I also attended the library board meeting. They talked about their economic strategy plan, how they can help businesses in the business community since now Staples is closed, how they're going to help. They're trying to figure out a vision or a plan to help businesses with copying and scanning and faxing. So they're looking into that. They're also assisting with the Echo Project home key applications. So, and I also attended several special meetings with the rest of the board. And that's all I have, sir.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory.
Yeah, I got the good fortune of visiting or taking a tour of our event center where we're doing all the vaccines. And I wanted to say thank you very much to our own firefighters and CAL FIRE and all the volunteers and nurses, doctors, and everybody's helping. It's really an amazing facility. When we get the vaccines, they can do up to 1,000 a day. I think they accomplished almost 600 a day, one of the days. And we're seeing the results almost immediately out of these vaccines as people are getting vaccinated, our counts are going down, and our elderly folks are coming out ahead on the deal. So it's really nice to see it. And special thanks to all those folks. Steve Martin and I met with John Pashong and discussed ways to try to get more vaccines in the bank so we could give more vaccines. We appreciate the county working with us, and we're doing the best we can at getting the vaccines out. And then I too worked with the rest of the council on doing a lot of soul searching and researching and hoping to find a good replacement for Mr. Ferrucci. He'll be leaving soon. But just want to say thank you to our community in these times, and I think we're coming back slowly but strongly, and I'm hoping for our community get into the red tier, our county get into the red tier as quickly as possible so we can start getting a little resurgence of our normal business lives. So thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I obviously am still on the road on our vacation and haven't obviously been able to do any of the meeting. There was one, I think, seniors that I missed. And I'm also going to say, too, this next Saturday, goal setting coming up. I'm sure you'll say something about it. I'm going to try and get online. Where we're going to be, it's going to be kind of difficult, I believe. But looking forward to trying to make that meeting this Saturday. I think it starts at 9 o'clock. Question.
Yes, it does, Mr. Hammond. 9 o'clock to noon and then 1 o'clock to 3.
Very good. Thank you, Tom. That's all I had, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I've been in attendance on telephone conferences with our public health people regarding the status of COVID-19 in our county. And as you've heard, the news recently has been positive. Our infection rate countywide is down. Hospitalization is down. The death rate still remains the same, but experts expect that to trail the other statistics, and hopefully that'll be going down also in the days to come. And we do hope that we're going to be able to continue to meet the rubric from the state of California to move from the purple tier to the red tier restrictions, which will give our businesses a great deal more flexibility and opportunity to operate in a more normal atmosphere. In the meantime, I want to reiterate something that was said earlier, and that is that as vaccine becomes available, we do have 3 pods areas in the county of San Luis Obispo ready to administer those vaccines. As soon as it's your turn and we have vaccine, we really urge you to get that vaccination or 2, as the case may be, so that we can continue this downward trend on COVID. And now is certainly the time to double down on that very uncomfortable and unpopular wearing of the face mask, washing of the hands, and socially distancing. Now isn't the time to say it's all over. Otherwise, it will not be all over. We need to double down now and make sure that while COVID is down, we're kicking it. To that end, I have produced a new mayor's video at no expense to the taxpayers, which is linked from the city website, urging people just to do what I talked about. And also, we continue to distribute information regarding COVID readiness and response to our COVID coalition team of citizens who have been getting information from me on a regular basis. I attended the annual get-together wherein the grand jury gets to know the mayors of the county and ask questions about the cities of the county. I and Mr. Frucci were there, Tom, you were there, weren't you?
Yes, sir, I was. But you did a wonderful presentation.
I just forgot you were there. Sorry, but we did have the opportunity to give our Paso Robles message to the grand jury members, and there were no follow-up questions, which I take as a good sign. So that was really great. Something else that I've undertaken is that in light of the conversation on national issues, our Constitution has become a very central issue of discussion. And it occurred to me that even I had not read the Constitution in a great long time. So I took the opportunity to read the Constitution, divide it and the 27 amendments into 19 different segments, which have been recorded and are now being played on an hourly basis on the voiceofpaso.com at the top of the hour. So if you would like to learn more about your United States Constitution in small, listenable, digestible bites, that would be your opportunity to do it. I have to say that it was educational and inspirational to undertake and complete that project. And echoing the other council members' desire that we have a robust community involvement in our goal-setting activity, I want to remind folks that is going on this weekend, starting at 9 o'clock in the morning. So with that, do we have any other business, Mr. Frucci?
No, sir, we do not.
Very good. So we do have our goal-setting workshop and survey Saturday, February 20th, 9 a.m. Planning Commission meeting Tuesday, February 23rd, 6:30 p.m. Next regular City Council meeting Tuesday, March the 2nd at 6:30 p.m. And the deadline for submitting items for the regular meeting on Tuesday, March the 2nd is Wednesday, February 17th. If there is no further business, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
So moved for Hammond.
I have a motion from Councilwoman Garcia, seconded by Councilman Hammond. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We are adjourned. Once again, thank everyone for your hard work.
Thank you, Your Honor.